Call the June 12th, 2024 Transportation Commission meeting to order. Ariana, if you could please read the instructions.
Welcome to our virtual meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff. Members, if you're able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you're speaking. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ariana. Aiden, if you call
sorry.
roll, please. Go ahead.
One quick side note. I did get an email from Alder Vladimir Burse, and she is coming to the meeting, but she has two Zooms at the same time. So she's going to do employee relations first and then jump over.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So Aiden, could you call a roll, please?
Sure. Juliana Bennett.
Here.
MGR Govindarajan.
Here.
Dina Nina Martinez Rutherford.
Present.
Barbara Harrington McKinney is excused tonight. Ann Kovich.
Here.
Robbie Weber.
Here.
Denise Jess.
Present.
Harold Kleems.
Here.
And then Pepe Barros, Darren Wozniewski, Chris McCahill, Nikki Vandermillen, and Bill Bremer are all excused tonight.
Okay, so we have 7 according to my count, and 6 is our quorum. So if anybody has to leave, we'll just have to keep real close watch on the quorum tonight. Thanks everybody for coming. Everybody have a chance to look at the minutes from the last meeting? So we need a motion, Harold?
Move approval of the minutes.
Robbie?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no hands. Thanks. Now we had an email comment under item number 1, but I don't see anybody in the queue. Do we have anybody registered to speak tonight at all, Aiden?
We do not, no.
Okay, all right, thanks. Any disclosures or recusals this evening? Okay, seeing no hands. We'll move on to item number 2 with regard to our sustainability plan. I believe we have Jessica and Greg here tonight.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, so hi everyone. I see some familiar faces and some new faces. So thanks for having us here at Transportation Commission. I'm Jessica Price. I'm the Sustainability and Resilience Manager here at the City of Madison. And I'm joined today by Greg, who's also part of the sustainability team. Do you want to introduce yourself, Greg?
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Greg May. I'm a sustainability program coordinator here with the City of Madison, working on kind of renewable energy and sustainable transportation, which is under my work portfolio. And I also see some familiar faces that it's nice to see. So
great. So I have a relatively short presentation to share with you all, and then we'll be happy to answer questions, discuss anything we want to talk about together. So if I could have permission to share my screen, if I have that already, fantastic. Looks like I do. Let's see. the moment of truth. Okay, you can see my screen, yes?
We don't see anything but a black screen at this point.
Okay.
It says you've started screen sharing, but we don't see anything yet.
Okay, we'll let that kick in.
There we go. Okay.
Okay, excellent. Now we're going to try to start the presentation. I think I want to switch. How's that?
There you go. Looks good.
All
Very
right.
good.
Okay, I think that was probably the hardest part. Okay, so I think everybody got the slides in advance, so I'll go ahead and just jump on in here. As you already know, sustainability is really at the heart of a lot of the work that we do here at the city, a lot of plans, a lot of initiatives, a lot of actions. And the way we define sustainability in the plan is really meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And this plan is really focused in on that from an environmental perspective and a climate perspective. For a little bit of a history, the city's first formal sustainability plan was released in 2004. And the most recent update before this one was adopted in 2011. So we had a job ahead of us to sort of bring this up to date and make it relevant to what we're doing now and where we want to be going. And so this plan is really building on that legacy and building on this foundation we have. Starting with the kind of big picture aims, it's really bringing together all of the city's sustainability goals in one place. Right now, we have a lot of goals that are in city plans, like the comprehensive plan, the Vision Zero plan, or the Parks and Open Space plan. And so this is meant to reflect and gather all of those goals and fill in any gaps that aren't already included in other plans. It's really meant to be this flexible framework that enables kind of adaptation and innovation while charting a course of like where we want to go to have a sustainable and equitable and climate resilient community. So the plan is the result of over 3 years of work that was led by the Sustainable Madison Committee and with the assistance of City Sustainability and Resilience Program staff. And it's really captures input from city staff, local experts and partners, and the Madison community. So in the next few slides, I'll walk you through the kind of major elements of the plan and focus in on a few of those elements that Greg and I thought would be of greatest interest to the commission. And we're happy to talk about anything that isn't included on one of these slides as like a call out, but just wanted to highlight some of the things. And so this is just our table of contents. The plan overall starts with our high-level executive summary and then goes pretty quickly into introducing these 8 elements of a sustainable city and the goals and actions that are reflected there. And if you want to check out these goals and actions all in one place, there's also an appendix that has a table and includes all of it together. So I mentioned community engagement early on. We really worked to have a multimodal engagement campaign that helped us reach the Madison community in multiple ways. So we used an online survey, pop-up events, and focus groups. There's a link in the plan to the report out from our engagement process, so we can really dig into those details if you want to. But I'll just give the highlights here. Our online survey, over 1,600 people share their vision and priorities for a more sustainable Madison. The survey was open from October to November 2023. And both the survey and all of the promotional materials we used to get people to take that survey were available in 4 languages. They were available in English, Spanish, Chinese, and Hmong. We had 2 pop-up events, one at the Dane County Farmers Market and one at the Wisconsin Science Festival. And these were kind of all ages activities. We could get families, we could get the old, the young, the everybody to come in and learn more about the plan. So it was really focused on teaching people about the plan and to hearing their feedback about these big elements and what they value most. So we had over 600 people participate in those activities. And then we had our focus groups. So we had 7 focus groups in the fall of 2023. These groups included city staff, local climate and sustainability leaders, local businesses and institutions, community-based organizations, youth, and city alders. So we had more than 60 people attend these focus groups and provide details on the draft goals and actions, as well as kind of the barriers and to action and opportunities for collaboration in the community to really help us think about the next step about plan implementation. And so that brings us to that overall 2,200 people gave us their good ideas, their input, and their insight. And so the team worked really hard to make sure that the plan reflects these community values. And so the 8 elements each have like kind of 4 main pieces. First there's an introduction that kind of sets the stage, summarizes what the city is doing in these areas and the city departments and divisions that are involved. So if someone's thinking, oh, I really care about clean, abundant water, how is the city working on that, or what city departments are involved in that? So that's kind of meant to set the stage. And then we have our goals and actions. So our goals are really to chart our future course. So they're kind of designed to be ambitious, but attainable. And there would be these achievements that make Madison a more green and resilient place to live and work now and for future generations. And each goal is accompanied by a set of actions. So actions are things like policies or programs or projects that together would help us accomplish this goal. So the goal statements are really where we want to go, and the actions are the pathways we might take to get there. It's not meant to be an exhaustive list of all the possibilities, but rather kind of what we think are our best ways to move forward right now. And so as new opportunities and technologies or circumstances arise, we really want to make this a document that we can adapt and pursue additional actions in service of these goals. So the goals are really the big focus here. And we wanted everyone to know that we really thought about and worked to develop these goals and actions with 4 guiding values, including equity, justice, education, and public health. And that's really to ensure that the work we do to advance sustainability is really we're doing it in ways that are intentionally providing multiple benefits to our community. And finally, we have our highlights. These are kind of some fun places to learn a little bit more focus on some of the work that the city is doing right now. So this is an example of our greenways and prairie plantings. There's a list in the beginning of the report of all of the different highlights that are in there. And these are just to sort of lift up some of the things that we're doing in service of these, within these different elements and in service of these goals. And so you'll see there's 24 goals in the sustainability plan. They're organized into these 8 elements. So I could almost list all of these elements from heart by now, but we have quality, affordable housing, resilient city design and infrastructure, renewable energy and decarbonization, sustainable transportation, clean, abundant water, zero waste, healthy ecosystems, and a vibrant green economy. And so, as I mentioned, today I will focus in on 4 of these goals that we thought might be of particular interest to you all. And they appear in 3 of these elements. They're in resilient city design and infrastructure, renewable energy and decarbonization, and sustainable transportation. So resilient city design and infrastructure goals aim to help our city grow in ways that enhance the health and well-being of our community and our environment, while also improving our resilience to the impacts of climate change. The goal that we pulled out here was goal 5, which is facilitating the development of dense, compact, and livable neighborhoods that support walking, biking, and transit use. So you can see this goal is already reflected in a lot of the projects and plans we have going on. So this isn't out of left field by any means. We included metrics of how we might be able to track progress on this goal. So area within each of the particular zoning districts, the number of neighborhood plans that include mixed-use activity centers, for example. And we have 3 actions included under this goal. So facilitating the development of mixed-use activity centers. And this links it specifically to the growth priority areas map in the city's comprehensive plan that we already have. So just linking that up to what we're doing there. Action 5.2 is implementing our transit-oriented development zoning along bus rapid transit and other high-frequency transit service corridors. And action 5.3 is encouraging the formation of transportation management associations to coordinate TDM efforts on larger scale projects. So that's what we have under goal 5. And we can come back to any of these, or we can stop and discuss now. What do you want me to go ahead and finish all of them and then we'll talk afterward? I'm seeing some nods.
That's typically what we would do, but if people have a question now or comments, we don't have anybody registered to speak, so we have more flexibility in that regard. And we can certainly come back to any of them at the end as well.
How about I
Anybody
go
have
ahead?
any Go ahead, Jessica.
I'll go ahead and go through them, and then we can come back to whatever we want to talk to, these goals or others. So the next section was renewable energy and decarbonization. These goals aim to cut our greenhouse gas emissions by supporting renewable energy, efficient buildings, and clean transportation. So the goal we have here is goal 10, which is reducing greenhouse gas emissions from vehicles community-wide to achieve the city's goal of reaching net zero emissions community-wide by 2050. So we have this adopted goal in the city of reaching 100% renewable energy and net zero emissions community-wide by 2050 and for city operations by 2030. So this is sort of just saying transportation is an important part of that, and vehicles are an important source of emissions. So the metric here is greenhouse gas emissions from vehicles community-wide. We want to be tracking that, and we are. And then there's 3 actions here, which is continuing to encourage and promote the use of electric vehicles and installation of charging infrastructure. Action 10.2 is linked up to the Vision Zero action plan. So that's implementing a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit on all local streets and reviewing high-intensity network streets to determine appropriate speed limits. Going slower burns less fuel, good for our air quality, good for our greenhouse gas emissions. And action 10.3 is increasing the number of EV charging stations available to the public to meet projected future needs, inform a market analysis, and ensure that charging is available in all neighborhoods. And this can be informed by the MPO just released. You guys probably already know that new pathway for, they did a good analysis of our future needs for EV charging infrastructure in Dane County. Okay. And then finally, we have sustainable transportation, and these goals aim to expand access to public transit and active transportation, including walking, biking, and rolling. So we have 2 goals pulled out here. The first is goal 12, which is increasing access to and use of public transit and active transportation, including walking, biking, and rolling. Our metrics for tracking progress here are number of transit trips, number of B-cycle rides and station coverage, and miles of bike and pedestrian infrastructure. Actions include continuing to improve metro service coverage, frequency, and travel times, improving and expanding bike facilities, including all ages and abilities bike infrastructure, and expanding the availability of electric bike and bike rideshare stations to increase areas underserved by current services. We have a few more actions here. The goal and metrics are the same. I just included the actions down there. The action 12.4 is continuing to improve the pedestrian network with a focus on advancing access for people of all ages and abilities. Action 12.5 is supporting education and services that remove barriers for underserved communities to use bicycle, pedestrian, and transit infrastructure. There's some examples here, and so you'll notice throughout the plan that sometimes we have some examples. For example, providing bike safety classes, free bike repairs, and bus passes. And then finally, action 12.6 is increasing the number of low-income metro passes available, including deeply subsidized or free youth metro passes. And our last goal that we pulled out is goal 13, which is reducing annual vehicle miles traveled per capita by 15% community-wide from 2020 levels by 2050. This is in alignment with the Dane County Climate Action Plan that has that the city participated in the development of, but has some goals around reducing vehicle miles traveled across the county. And so we wanted to be in alignment with that. So the metrics here, average annual vehicle miles traveled per capita. Action 13.1 here is creating opportunities for multimodal trips that include public transit. For example, that could be by adding park and ride facilities or bike parking, bike sharing stations, and ride sharing options within a quarter mile of public transit stops. And action 3.2 is working with major employers to promote transportation demand management strategies to reduce single occupancy vehicle trips. And so those are the ones that I pulled out. So there's 24 total. And just to give you an idea of where we've been and where we're going in terms of our adoption journey, this was introduced at Common Council on the 21st of May. you get the distinction of getting to be the first committee that we're going to, and then we'll go to Plan Commission, Economic Development Committee, Sustainable Madison Committee, and then back to Common Council on August 8th. If we stick to the schedule, if anybody needs a little bit more time or anything, that things will adjust. So if you want to get a hold of Greg or I, here are our email addresses. You can reach out anytime about this or anything else. And with that, I will stop sharing. We can pull the slides back up if we want to.
Hey, thanks so much, Jessica and Greg. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Sorry, I'm juggling multiple windows here. A couple of questions and comments about Goal 5, facilitated development of dense, compact, and so on. I think you kind of alluded to that the actions for that one are kind of things that already have happened or are about to happen. Like, TDM, we have a TDM ordinance in place. So I guess when I'm thinking of goals, like, shouldn't we have something more ambitious in there, or like implement TOD zoning? I mean, I guess that's maybe not fully implemented. I'm just trying to figure out, like, we have goals or actions in there that are already mostly done. That seems like maybe less than ideal.
Yeah, so you'll see throughout that there's some of the actions we've already started on, some of the actions are new. And the goal here, talking with staff, is there's a lot of implementation to still do with that and to track and make sure that it's working. And as we go along, being adaptable. So if we find that that's getting us where we want to be, great. And if it's not getting us where we want to be, we have this goal that says, like, this is where we're trying to get. And so that is when we can be adaptable and, add in another action or say, what are these other strategies, that are out there that we might want to be implementing. So the goal here is really kind of like the where we want to be. And these are the tools that we have in our toolbox right now. What's the next big thing? Like, let's do that in service of this goal. If there are any next big things that are on the horizon that we don't have yet, we can talk about that.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Then about Goal 12, that's one where I had a question about the metrics for increasing access to public transit and active transportation. I guess the one that stuck out to me is the number of B-cycle rides and station coverage. To me, that seems a little bit dangerous because that's something that the city has very limited control over. I mean, I know B-cycle has successfully applied for some federal funding to expand their network, but say B-cycle comes into economic trouble, they either need to shut down or they suddenly double their prices, ridership goes down. I mean, that's not something that the city has a whole lot of influence over. And so and the other question is, like, how representative is the number of B-cycle rides for the goal of access to active transportation? And maybe this is also a question for traffic engineering staff on the call. Like, do we have other metrics that we could use, like from other bike counters that the city is running, instead of relying on B-cycle? I'm not even sure if their operating agreement requires them to provide us with numbers. So yeah, I guess I have some concern with that metric.
Jessica, do you want me to jump in on a couple of things?
That would be great. Yeah, I saw you come on video. Please do, Renee.
Sure. So when it comes to B-cycle, I mean, they do provide our numbers to us. I would have to look back at the contract because I haven't looked at it recently to see the requirement, but I believe that is likely one of the requirements. So I think the other part is the thing, though, that maybe would be the most helpful in answering this question, they're not required to share with us, but they have, which is their survey that looks more in depth at and looking at their own data to see, what type of ridership is it? Like, we're one of the communities that has high usage by locals compared to visitors. Whereas most of the companies or other communities have high visitor, less local. And so we don't, they would not be required to tell us that level of detail in the future if they wanted to keep that to themselves. And I think that's the part that's perhaps more interesting. We also do have the Madison Library Foundation and the library system, which has the free pass program. And that's a little different, where they do have to report that ridership to continue that partnership. And that is obviously not that a local, like, it would be harder for a visitor to, get a library pass. Not impossible. I presume there is a way someone could do it, but they would have to jump through a lot of hoops. So I think there's some things that are pretty interesting. And obviously, as we look at expanding the system, we expect with these partnerships through the, applying for grants together to get more information on those stations. So it's not an impossible thing to use. But obviously we do have our own count program. We're looking to kind of make some improvements to that as well that could provide some data over the long term as well to kind of get at that. The nice thing about B-Cycle is, as a private company, they want to know more about the people and where they're going and what they're doing so they can build out the system. And our counts, we haven't really had the resources to do sort of like intercept surveys or things like that to get out. Are you riding for recreation? Are you transportation? Are you from the city or from outside the city? So, I think putting everything together gives a fuller picture.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'd be in favor of as you said, we have some resources to counting, but there could be more, and we want to know more. Okay, and then finally about goal 13, is the VMT goal of Dane County actually per capita 15%? I was always under the impression that was actually a total reduction goal.
Yes, so that's exactly right. So their total reduction goal is overall that doesn't account for population growth. And so that's something. So if your population is growing, but you're supposed to have an overall reduction, it's a little bit harder to achieve than saying we want everyone to be to do their part, essentially, to be driving less. And so, Greg, this was something that you had worked on and done some outreach around. Would you mind if I pass it to you to say a little bit more about this?
No, that's great. And I kind of came into the Dane County process late in my previous job, and you are correct. It was 15% total. And we've heard we obviously want to make this plan in alignment with the county, where logical. And so the VMT goal was one, that stood out to us. But we had heard that from county staff that they felt that 15% reduction in total they felt it bordered on impossible, and that they felt very overwhelmed by that, considering the growing population here. And so, to the point where they were kind of struggling on how to even move forward, given they felt the obstacle with it. So we added the per capita to it to kind of hopefully make it more achievable and less daunting, which I think is kind of how Dane County is thinking about it right now. So, certainly open to thoughts and feelings about that, but that is kind of the logic about the difference between why we added per capita and the county does not have it.
Okay. Yeah. My opinion is, the county, I get it. They have little control over land use. They have very little control of where housing is built. Wisdot is doing whatever. But I feel like we as Madison are probably in a better position to have more ambitious goals. And so having a goal that, at least as it's written now, maybe Dane County will change their goal, is less ambitious than Dane County, that just seems wrong to me. This is by 2050, so it's a very long-term fuzzy goal anyway, with no intermediate steps. So yeah, to me, this strikes me as very unambitious. All right, that's all I have.
Thanks, Harold. Alder Bennett, go ahead.
Sweet, thank you. And good to see you again, Jessica. For context for everyone, Jessica's helped lead a class project that we had when I was at UW about sustainability and such. So cool to see those UW partnerships. But regardless, I kind of wanted to expand upon the the recommendation / action item around B cycle and specifically access to areas that are currently underrepresented. I feel like maybe I missed it. I didn't fully understand what were exactly the action items that we're taking to expand access. So could you help me understand that?
Sure. And Renee, perhaps I will kick it off and then you can fill in some details. But we know that right now, B-Cycle is working to sort of expand bike share, the availability of bike share across the city by installing additional stations in places that don't have good coverage. So meaning that folks would have to travel a little bit further to be able to reach the stations. And so they have pretty good data on kind of usage and what's working where they do have stations. And so we've been in conversation with B-Cycle about making sure that folks, we have that coverage. So no matter kind of what neighborhood you live in, you would be able to get a bike share. You would be able to participate in bike share. And I'm thinking that maybe we just want to say in our plan, like bike share and not use the company names just to make it a little bit more flexible in case, whatever happens in the future. But, and then, the other things that we do as Renee mentioned, is we provide some free passes to bike share, as well through the library. So there's some additional pieces there. So that's the bike piece in particular. And Renee, is there anything you would want to add as the person who's leading the charge there?
Sure. So I can say something that maybe not everyone here knows. B-Cycle that operates here in the city is a private company. And so that does limit a little bit their ability to apply for grants and things like that. So the city has partnered with them to be the applicant and sort of help manage the grant. And that is something that is new to us and them in our relationship. So that is how currently our expansion in North Madison and South Madison is happening. And, I think we haven't quite completed all of our kind of grant work yet, but I think, we're reaching a point where that's something that we would partner on again to try to increase the reach of the system into areas that are perhaps a little bit more challenging for them from kind of the financial aspect. It kind of increases their need for employees, how far they're kind of traveling to maintain the system. And, obviously some of these, they're not the high performers of kind of the downtown area. So it's a good partnership to kind of meet the city goals in a successful way. So I think we'll be trying to implement some more of that in the future as B-Cycle is able to kind of work that into their own budgeting process.
Did that get at your full question, Alder Bennett?
Yeah, that absolutely did. I really appreciate it. And my apologies. I should recognize that it should just be bike share and not one specific company, because who knows what might happen in the future. I feel like, I'm glad to know that there is an expansion happening, and maybe, I don't know, could connect offline. Like, I feel like maybe a good, all way to increase bike sharing is with we have a bunch of new developments coming online, and they have to meet our TDM requirements. I don't know if bike sharing or installing bike sharing stations near their development is something that was considered during TDM, but I just wanted to put that out there. My other question is just it's a very broad question, but we know we're in a budget crisis, and it seems like a lot of the items that you have here are things that I've heard be mentioned as areas in which we could reduce spending. So I'm wondering if you could speak to any upcoming budgetary items regarding these items that we should be aware of, and if you don't have a good answer now, it's fine. But I just feel like it's something that maybe alders should take into consideration when we're thinking about cutting things and like how cuts to these areas would impact our sustainability goals.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Alder Bennett. I think we're all thinking about, it's budget season. We're all thinking about budget, and there's you can sort of think about sustainability in a couple of ways. There's stuff that we are going to have to be doing as a city, right? We need to maintain our facilities. We need to update our facilities. Sometimes we need to build new facilities. And there's right now, I'll talk about buildings in particular, when you're thinking about, oh, there's all of this work that we as like building owners need to be doing, whether it's maintaining what we have or constructing something new. There's a lot available right now at the federal level to make those sustainability investments, whether it's an upgrade or it's choosing what kind of windows or what kind of HVAC system or geothermal to be putting in a building. The federal incentives make that incredibly affordable right now, so that these sustainability improvements aren't a drain on a budget for something like that, but are really, they'll be paid for. We're getting for the first time, the city can actually get the same kind of incentive money as commercial property owners, for example. And so it really greatly reduces, or completely pays for the cost of a lot of these building efficiency upgrades or elements in retrofits or in current buildings. And that means that gives us operating savings. So when you're making your building more efficient, you're just saving energy. That means you're saving dollars. It means you're cutting greenhouse gas emissions. So the value add there is really good. There are other things that come to mind around transportation, like BRT, like in making sure that we're purchasing clean fuel vehicles. All of those things save on operating costs, and they're delivering huge benefits when it comes to air quality and climate in our community. So with BRT, for example, that's a major investment that we're for our future, really. And so, I know that comes with a big price tag, and we've put a lot of federal dollars for that, but that's sort of an unprecedented investment in reducing our emissions and improving our local air quality. So those are some of like the bigger ticket items, I think. And then, I'll just shout out to and give recognition to, my fellow staff members across the city that are really working to bake in sustainability elements, sustainability projects in ways that are not going to be increasing costs and often are saving us in operating dollars. And so if you have any like questions around, if you're going through the budget process and you're looking at any of this stuff and you're wondering about sustainability elements or kind of that upfront costs versus operating costs and what we're really getting for those, how sustainability might fit in, please don't hesitate to reach out to sustainability staff. So Greg Gabriel and I are available to talk through any of these. We often have conversations with folks as they're kind of designing their projects and putting their budgets together. So we're happy to, if there's anything in particular that you would like to chit chat about, please don't hesitate to reach out to us.
Is that all you had, Alder Bennett?
Yeah, this is awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Robbie, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, one of the things that I didn't notice in the sustainable transportation section, which I think we might want to consider, is safe routes to school. And I know that involves working with the school district, but the city actually controls the streets and sidewalks and bikeways around schools. And parents picking up and dropping off their kids in the morning and the afternoon is actually a pretty big contributor to idling and also traffic in general. And then the traffic in general makes it more difficult for kids and parents to walk and bike to school as well. So it becomes a little bit of a vicious cycle in transportation. And as one podcast I was listening to recently pointed out, if you get kids walking and biking to school when they're younger, they're more likely to do it as they get older. And since this is a fairly long-term plan, I'm wondering about whether we should be including something about access to schools for parents and children, to make it easier to both not drive and also cut down on busing, which, you know, if the crossings were safer and the streets were calmer, then maybe we wouldn't have to bus as many kids either. So I just thought I'd throw that in there.
Yeah, thank you so much for raising that topic. And I will say this has not come up. So you're touching on a new point for us, which is fantastic and exactly why we want to be here. And so are there any transportation staff available to talk about if and how we've had some conversations around safe routes to schools so far?
Renee,
Sure,
Renee would be the one. Yep.
I can take that one too, Jessica. So actually, yeah, we have, we're in the process of working with our partners, the school district and the Wisconsin Bike Fed, who runs a Dane County Safe Routes to School program, on a Safe Routes to School plan with a framework, doing individual school planning. So definitely we can touch base about how to incorporate that into the plan. But there is a lot happening and more coming in the near term.
That's awesome. And that sounds very much like one of those like win-win-win situations for air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, safety, all of those things. So I would yes, Renee, let's connect and add that to our list of actions. How about that?
Say that again. Are you talking about, Robbie, were you suggesting adding a goal with regard to safe routes to school?
Or an action as part of the goal, part of maybe, now I've lost track of which goal it is, but would it be goal 13 maybe, on sustainable transportation?
Yeah, I think we're looking at goal 12, which we have increase access to and use of public transit and active transportation. It feels like that would be a nice place to move that one in. How does that sound?
Yeah, I just lost track of the numbers. That's all, because I wasn't.
Yeah, no big deal. I do too.
And I know that I know the city and the schools are working together on safe routes to school. So I wasn't implying that it wasn't happening at all. But many years ago, I actually, out of interest, did a 1 mile radius from every school in the city to see if we made that 1 mile radius safe for walking and biking. That would cover almost the entire city. So that's another way of getting sort of thinking about making it easier to use those methods of transportation, is to, because 1 mile for, especially for middle and high school students, is not that far. And especially if you're thinking about bicycling, might be a little far for little kids to walk, but it really ends up covering a very large portion of the city. And so it's a way of thinking about making the whole city easier to walk and bike. And again, I just cannot tell you how many times I've heard that circular argument from parents about, I have to drive my kids to school because it's not safe for them to walk. But then the traffic that they're seeing is other parents that are driving their kids to school because they think it's not safe to walk. And so then they're making it hard to walk. So I think it's just something that should definitely be included in the sustainability plan. So wherever you think it's appropriate.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments or questions for Jessica and Greg? Okay. We would need a motion. And I don't know, Robbie, if you want to incorporate that, add an action to goal 12 regarding safe routes to school in the motion. Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to, are we recommending the sustainability plan?
Right.
With the addition of adding a safe routes to school element into goal number 12.
Okay. So Robbie's recommending the sustainability plan with the addition of a safe routes to school element to goal number 12. Do I have it?
Yes, and
Oh,
I think that if others feel strongly about adding other elements, they can go ahead and add those, and we can probably have them as friendly amendments.
okay. Denise.
I would second Robbie's motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. I'll read it again. Robbie and Denise are recommending the sustainability plan with the addition of a safe routes to school element to goal number 12. Discussion. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Okay. I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote. I'll just read it one more time. We're recommending the sustainability plan with the addition of a safe routes to school element to goal number 12. And I'm seeing a unanimous, I'm assuming a unanimous consent unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain or wishes a roll call vote. Okay, the motion is carried. Thank you so much, Jessica and Greg.
Yeah, thanks everyone, and thank you for these great suggestions. We will make these updates and we'll continue along our journey. So thanks again for having us tonight. It was nice to get to meet all of you.
Okay,
Thank you, everybody.
and we'll look forward to any updates you feel appropriate in the future.
That'll be great.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, bye-bye. We will move on to item number 3. Requesting information, studies, and plans regarding the authorization of a local sales tax. And I see that Alder Latimer Burris is here. So Eric, I think you were planning to do a short presentation, and I know Tom and Dave are here as well. So if they want to hop on, and then we can certainly open it up for discussion. So Eric, are you leading off?
Yeah, I think so. And I will welcome any interruption from Dave or Tom as they're more experienced than me with this. For those that don't know me, my name is Eric Finch. I'm an assistant city attorney for the city, and I mostly deal with transportation issues. If anybody's unable to see me, I'm a bald white guy with a dark brown beard, glasses, and so there's actually a ton in this resolution that is sort of asked for us to look at. And these are really great questions. They're important questions. And actually, luckily, we had done some of the work last fall in trying to figure some of these things out. So I included 3 resources in the agenda packets and Legistar. I'm going to go through those. There's the most recent update that was given June 10th to the Finance Committee that was prepared by the Finance Department. And then specifically part 4 of a multi-part series that the Finance Department has done. And that part focuses on revenues. So I'm going to go through about 6 of those 36 slides. And then I'll go to the brief memo that I wrote to kind of fill in the gaps on transportation. And my apologies, you may hear that my family is, of course, arriving home right as I start presenting. But I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And okay, so I wanted to point out first, this is from the most recent update from the Finance Committee about the current estimated budget gap. The current estimate is that there's a $22 million gap, which some folks might think is not, so bad, given, the sort of money under the couch cushions that was found last year. But I think this next page, can you guys see this chart here?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think this chart really illustrates why it's not some magical solution. We would be adding an additional $6 million gap next year. $8 million the year after that, and it just goes on and on. And the fundamental problem is that the city can only increase our property tax levy by the amount of net new growth. That means basically new construction in the area. So essentially, the legislature has put in place a system where our municipal budget can't keep up with inflation. So it's just an incredibly difficult problem to solve. But if we now go to some of the balancing strategies, this is in part 4 of the budget series that was put forward by the finance department. Basically, it lays it out. Madison was shortchanged by the 2023 state aid legislation. We're sort of limited in the number of non-property tax revenues that we can have. And I think the resolution, before us contemplates where can we find, non-property tax revenues that are going to be able to be equitable, because there is, of course, the issue that things like sales tax, use taxes tend to be regressive taxes. So I'm just going to point to this slide, and I think this slide is also illustrative of some of the considerations when you look at all these budget numbers. I would also give a shout out to former Alder Eric Paulson, who has a blog that I've read over the last few months, going into last fall, where he's sort of explains the budget in a kind of fun way. That helped me kind of digest and get up to speed on some of these things. But you'll notice that we're looking at total state aid of $46 million, but at the bottom it says excludes state transit aid. So sometimes some of the numbers you might see in the paper, those might exclude certain budgets or not others. For example, in the first slides I showed, that was the general fund and the library fund combined. But there's quite a few different pools of money involved, and I won't dive through all of them. I did want to point out in terms of the non-property tax revenues, these are things like charges for services, licenses and permits, fines and forfeitures, and we get roughly 55 million from those, and getting to 27 million. This is an older slide, so it has 27 million listed instead of 22. But we would be talking about basically a 50% increase in some of these local revenues, which are really usage fees. That's not likely going to be very progressive. And I have one last slide I wanted to share from this presentation, and this is just discussing the property taxes. So an increase above the levy limit does require voter approval. So that's why I know the council is contemplating this ballot referendum. There are folks that deal with budgets and finance full time that can explain some of these things better than me. But essentially, this would help fix some of the problem. We can also hope that maybe the state legislature will help us out in coming years, but it's really kind of impossible to perfectly predict the future. So going to this memo that I wrote, I just want to highlight a few things. First, where we've received millions and millions of dollars in federal grants, and kudos to staff and stakeholders that have put forward successful grant proposals. We have gotten hundreds of millions of dollars from the federal government, but that's really for capital expenditures. It's not really something we can use to fix our operating budget. And I showed that slide about state aid, and it really talks about how we've been overall shorted by the state, but then in transportation specifically and in transit specifically, this is also true. So in this background paragraph here, this is really contemplating transportation funding. We have explored through our finance department and attorney's office, ways that we can increase transportation funding. In short, there is no single viable option that's been identified for increasing revenues without requiring a change in state law or a referendum. For example, We've looked at shifting transit operations to the county. That would not result in any new taxing authority, either in terms of property taxes or sales taxes. Looking at how RTAs are funded nationally, it really varies greatly. I've listed a number of the models that are used, but really I think in our situation, it's going to come down to property taxes or sales taxes providing some kind of relief, most likely after action by the state legislature. The resolution contemplates an RTA, and generally RTAs have been stripped out of possibility in Wisconsin. This was done in 2011 by Act 32. We could switch to county administration, or we could create an intergovernmental body of local governments, but neither one would result in any additional availability of revenue under current state law. And some of those might actually contemplate how we receive state aid. For example, we receive state aid that is sent to some of our municipal partners, cities like Sun Prairie, Middleton, Verona, maybe not Verona, Fitchburg, that we have agreements with, that they send their state aid dollars to us in return for transit services. And some of them actually receive a higher percentage of state aid than we do, which is helpful. Finally, the last thing that the resolution mentions is looking at community and labor organization support. It's difficult to gauge community support at this stage. We don't know exactly what an RTA would look like, what kind of usage fees, taxes would be involved, what sort of geographic boundaries. So there really isn't information we can generate on that that would be perfectly accurate at this stage. And then finally, we've reached out to Local 120. For those that aren't familiar, Local 695, which is the union which our operators are part of, they merged with Local 120 out of Minnesota with an over 80% vote. I believe that was just last month. But they're currently discussing this resolution internally, and will get back to us with a comment. So that's what I have, and I'm happy to take on any questions, provide any clarifications.
Tom, Dave, any other comments before we open it up for discussion?
This is Dave Schmidtke. Thought Eric covered the very high points pretty well. I think I'll just emphasize that anything that we do on a revenue side requires action by the state legislature. So it's very easy to talk about these concepts, but there have been proposals forwarded, particularly in Governor Evers's budget over the last several biennia, that included regional transportation authorities, local sales tax authority for cities, and related measures that have not been adopted by the legislature, have been taken out of the budget bill, sometimes as non-fiscal policy and not even voted on. So just to give you kind of the landscape of the challenges with trying to diversify our local revenue streams. And I guess just to also amplify a little bit what Eric said, we are quite different than all other states in the country. So usually there are regional transportation authorities in other states that have their own taxing authority. That might be sales tax, gas taxes, for example, on either a regional or city basis. And then even within Wisconsin, when there is money provided by the legislature, as we saw in this most recent budget, the legislature singles out Madison for basically inequitable treatment in terms of distribution of that aid increase. Madison gets the lowest amount of shared revenue per resident in the state. That is not by chance. That is a specific action of the state legislature. And so I just want to kind of make sure the foundation of what Eric laid out is pretty clear. And really the only option that the legislature in effect kind of forces local governments to consider is a referendum, because it's really the only general, the property tax is the only general revenue available to local governments, particularly cities in Wisconsin. I'm sure you're aware that counties in Wisconsin have a 0.5 cent sales tax, are able to levy that. So they get the benefit of the, a tax that's tied to economic activity. And so the rapid run up in the economy after sort of the economic effects of COVID kind of made their way through, and the stimulus effects of the Federal American Rescue Plan Act and other COVID-related legislation meant that there was considerable revenue bump for the county as well as the state. And that's why we saw the state realize a record state surplus, billions of dollars of surplus that made it the largest in state history. The state has reserves that they've never seen before in terms of budget stabilization funds. And they continue to sort of sit on those at the moment. So just a little bit of background. I think Eric went through it really well, but I just thought a few more points might be helpful. Yeah. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, so probably echoing what Eric and Dave said. Typically, regional transit authorities are not necessarily a blue-red issue. There's many states, conservative states and more progressive states, that have them. For some reason in Wisconsin, it seems to be a hot button. I think one thing that was perhaps helpful in Eric's memo that's in the Legistar is he actually showed the revision, I think it was in 2013, that you were mentioning, of how the opportunity to levy a tax through an RTA was eliminated. Probably the political landscape that we have right now is what it is right now. Perhaps in 4 to 6 years it may be different, but right now it is what it is right now. So I'm going to just say thanks to Eric and for preparing the memo, and I'm going to say a big thanks to Dave, because he's been doing extra duty, helping to educate Madison voters and residents over the last 3 months, and he's got 3 to 4 months, and he's got the same amount of effort over the next 3 to 4 months. So thanks to you, Dave.
Much appreciated. I'll open it up for discussion. And I just want to point out that I know the Common Council Executive Committee met on June 4th, and I know Alder Martinez Rutherford, you and Alder Govindarajan are both members of that. And also Committee on Employee Relations met tonight. I know Alder Latimer Burse, I believe you were there, meeting at the same time as we were, so I'm not sure what happened there. But why don't we open it up? Alder Bennett, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I was muted.
Yep.
I like, just first and foremost, I wanted to understand what the action is that we're supposed to make today. Are we supposed to like make a recommendation in support or against, or just have discussion about this?
So this was referred from the Common Council. My understanding is the Finance Committee is the lead, so I believe we'd be making a recommendation to the Finance Committee. certainly we can discuss it. I watched the discussion at the Common Council Executive Committee, and my understanding was that they approved recommending that the resolution be placed on file without prejudice so that it could come back as needed. So I don't know either of the alders who were there want to comment on that. So it's really up to us, and we are mentioned in this resolution as asking or directing Transportation Commission and staff to do additional research, and as I understand it, also perhaps giving a little bit different guidance from on the 2025 budget and directing the Finance Committee and staff to do additional work as well. So I think it's up to us in terms of what recommendation we may or may not wish to make, and certainly open for discussion, Alder Bennett. So Eric, am I summarizing that well?
Yeah, as I look through the resolution, I think it's just indicated that we contact these organizations to labor organizations, other cities, and national organizations. So staff has gotten the ball rolling on that, and then finding solutions. I don't know that the Transportation Committee necessarily needs to make a motion. I think discussion might be sufficient, but if somebody wants to make a motion to, approve this or move that forward, I think that'd also be appropriate.
Yeah, in the past, anytime we've had a referral from the council, we've normally looked for some kind of motion, but I'm certainly open to what people think. So, Alder Bennett, does that help?
Kind of, I guess. So what Eric said is like we don't necessarily need to make a motion on them, right?
We can certainly choose not to. My understanding is from looking at 33R1 that when something's referred to us, that they normally expect that we'll take some sort of action, but this is a little bit different kind of resolution than we normally see. So perhaps we could hear everybody's discussion and then circle back to that. What do you think, Alder?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mean to derail. I also wanted to ask, I know that this resolution doesn't address alternative financing forms, but I am curious to learn more about a transportation fee, and if staff is considering that as an alternative, specifically, something that Transportation Commission should consider to help with that budget.
Eric, is that a possibility?
Yeah. So if you're talking about what would be a special fee, or sometimes referred to as a transportation utility fee, there are some cities throughout Wisconsin that have done some of those, but the recent court cases on those really, I think, restrict municipal power. There's a case that was against the town of Buchanan, and then a more recent one against the city of Pewaukee, where basically those cities put forward transportation utility fees. I could get into that. Like the most recent one was really a transportation utility fee that wasn't aimed at transit. It was more aimed at road repair. But those utility fees have been struck down as an illegal increase of the levy limit. So it's something we're looking at and seeing what we can do, but it doesn't appear that that's going to be a useful option for us.
And I see Tom and Dave also have their hands up. Go ahead, Tom, first, then Dave.
Why don't I, first I'm going to say that I'm going to defer to finance and the mayor's office and council as a lead. However, one of the options is it would be a special charge. it probably would not be a transportation special charge, but it would be a special charge involved with how do we maintain our streets. It's one of the options that's available. However, it may not be the preferred option. There has been work on it. It's different than the utility that Eric had been talking about. And so I think we're on solid legal grounding, but it's maybe not the direction or the first strategy that finance and the council may want to prefer. And so now, leading to that, I'm going to give it to David, and you can add to that, Dave.
Chair, are you all right with me continuing?
Say again, Dave?
Are you okay with me continuing to? I don't.
Yes, go ahead,
Want to
please.
speak over you. Yeah, just to add to what Tom said, we have used a special charge model that is allowed under state law. It's different than the sort of utility approach, which, as Eric laid out, has been found to have legal challenges. And some of that is in the way those specific communities have constructed those fees. And it actually called them property taxes, which is really not allowed under state law. So probably appropriately struck down by the court. Special charge is different. And we do have two special charges in place right now, one for urban forestry and one for what we call resource recovery, basically our recycling programs. And just to give you the very sort of headline on how that all works, we have to kind of find a policy nexus for why we need to do it on a citywide basis. So in the case of urban forestry, there's a citywide benefit to having an urban tree canopy. And then we then developed a methodology to distribute that cost to property owners. The same with resource recovery in terms of a finding of a citywide benefit, and then basically used the distribution mechanism based on who receives city services for recycling pickup. And now, in terms of progressivity of different types of revenues, the special charges are a flat charge per property. Now, we do try to do some differentiation by property type so that residents as a class might pay a smaller percentage than other types of classes of property. But nonetheless, when you get into, let's say, residences, it's a flat charge, meaning that someone who might have a high value property and potentially a high income is paying the same amount that someone with a lower value property and possibly lower income is paying. So in that sense, it's considered regressive. Now, property taxes obviously not popular, but they are a percentage of value, just to keep that in mind. So in that sense, they're a little more progressive than the flat charge. And those are the sorts of lenses through which the council is looking at these options. And the fiscal note for the resolution that's before you does summarize a resolution that the council has already adopted regarding guiding principles for developing the budget. And one of them is trying to find progressive revenue approaches. And then one other thing I'll highlight is there's already been a resolution adopted by the council that calls upon basically the city in its lobbying efforts to work with the legislature and governor to try to seek local sales tax authority. So just to give you that background as well, there's already been legislation adopted by the council. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Alder Bennett, does that help?
Yeah, that was everything and more than I wanted. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Harold, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, maybe a little bit along the same lines as Alder Bennett, but I'm trying to figure out, looking at the resolution with regard to the Transportation Commission, it asks a couple things to happen. To me, those sound like things that probably not we as a commission would do, but city staff realistically. I mean, I'm unlikely to reach out to labor organizations from other cities. And so I guess what I'm trying to figure out, like we're trying to figure out all of these details, but as was said in the presentation, none of this can be implemented because it requires a change at the state level. So I guess, are we trying to figure out the details so that whenever somebody at the state level flips the switch, we are ready? Or are we trying to figure out the details in order to make a case to somebody at the state level to convince them, because we know how it's going to work out with Metro employees suddenly being employees of the RTA or something? So that's a little bit hazy to me. So maybe somebody could explain this more.
Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the council has provided a resolution directing finance staff to pursue a different course, or different various courses and provide information. What's before you today is maybe something, a different idea that another alder has said, well, could we also explore some other things? So this is, I think Alder Burris is the sponsor of this one. I think the resolution that the council has passed is kind of more in line with the options that are available to us today in the political climate that we're in over the next 2 years. Alder Burris maybe expands that to say, well, what if we had a different political climate? I'm not sure. I'm just trying to characterize it. It's like a different pursuit than what has been authorized by council. And Alder Burris, I don't want to put words in your mouth. So if you want to maybe clarify the intention, this is a great time to do that, or you're welcome to do that.
Yes, thank you so much. So it's really about three key things, and I'm beginning to have author's remorse, because I think we've opened the Pandora box for us actually knowing what's going on and being able to vote intelligently and with a depth of knowledge. I don't think we have enough time to do that. The more that I go into it, the more that I know this is true. I'm in the middle of, and I haven't read the Attorney Finch's summary, and I apologize, I haven't been up to speed in the last maybe week or so on finance, or maybe 2 weeks, because I have another job that I'm very, very busy. But I have been, by the time we get to the November, I'm going to have read. This is the Wisconsin Policy Institute paperwork, and just doing overviews of budgets and looking at Milwaukee's problem. And I mean, it's so complicated. And so when Director Smittyke talks, he's got to talk at one level. And I'm sure that he knows that there's different levels to the situation, but yet he can only, like I said, at one of the public meetings, and I went to them all, he's like a lawyer. He can only, I'm married to a public defender, and he would love to have everybody that has a drug issue go to, rehab, but it's not an option. There's legal ways that it's not an option. There's political ways it's not an option. There's cost ways that there's not an option. So I understand what Director Smittyke, and I respect his authority beyond 100%, because he has to deal with us as a council, deal with the executive leadership, and then deal with the reality of the laws. And he's got to try to talk to us in different levels. So I guess I did another resolution that I spent a lot of time working on and getting input on, including Director Smittyke, and that passed barely. I know I'm bouncing around, and I'm going to circle back. I promise you, by the time I'm done speaking. I did. Former Alder Paulson reached out to me, and he sent a bunch of information. I'm going to look at it. I haven't looked at it all. I did ask him some questions, and he was saying, well, that's a good question. I don't know. Well, that's a good question. I don't know. Well, that's a good question. I don't know. I'll get back to you. And all I'm saying is we got a long-term problem that we have to address, or we're going to be coming back time and again and again. And yes, the state sales tax is not legal right now. Legally, we cannot do it. Milwaukee got permission. We've now learned why they got permission and what are the consequences of that. But I'm almost regretting opening this Pandora box because we just had enough information before to make a decision that where it was, it's almost like it was blissful being ignorant. And I don't say that in a mean way. I'm talking about myself. I say it in a way that, goodness. And so the three key words for me are explore, consider, report back. Explore, consider, report back in a way that we can understand it. Explore, consider, report back over time, which I wish we had another year to go through this and we could actually, it's not that we're going to come up with any, solutions that the powers that be or the people that are expert haven't thought of. We just might be able to push them in a certain direction or not, or be able to explain it to our constituents, rather than I getting an email from Alder Paulson that's saying, when people say this, then you say that. And I was like, so is that even true? When you look at the big picture. So I'm still waiting for him to get back to me. I know that he's an expert. I know that he was into finance when he was on council. I regret actually diving into finance. I regret it, but I know that whether or not you know everything, it's like the medical field. If you have a sick parent, whether or not you know everything, you've got to learn to ask questions so that you can get to real possibilities. So with the three words that I say, explore, consider, report back, this is non-binding. We got to look at some possibilities if we ever get there, if the opportunity opens up, or if we can create opportunities by lending some kind of assistance. This is not political to me. It's not political to me at all. It's about my city down the road. I want it to be a little bit of everything that people want and affordable. And we are headed into a direction that I'm not gonna say we're running out of money. Let me rephrase that. We got some expenses to pay, and it is getting very expensive. So again, explore, consider, report back. Explore, consider, report back. And it might be too much to ask this semester because I just listened to 20 minutes on what Dave Schmidt said, and what he's talking about is 2.0 level information. And we're at 1.0 as a council. Yet we are the body that is going to vote and decide if we're going to referendum and if it's going to work. We're going to take responsibility for it. So on the one that did get passed, I was joining it. Now I'm not talking about the one that I wrote in sales tax, but I'm talking about the one that directed us as the council. We directed all these different organizations to do all these things, all these different departments. I did not agree with that direction because I feel like there's an executive leadership that says we are going in this direction. And if I am the executive leader, I am your boss. You better bet you're going to do what I want you to do, right? We haven't directed anything as a council in years. We can't direct what we don't know. So I disagreed. I thought it should be worded differently to say, to not have the responsibility fall on us. And we saw that at the public hearings where some of the constituents are very angry and we really can't explain things on an in-depth level. So we had to ask Director Smitty to come in, and graceful he did. And those meetings were put together by the city council, the common council office. If we had not pushed as alders to put those community meetings together, they would have not happened. Yet here we are. We're going to deal with the consequences. And God forbid we don't get something done. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be upset with us, and we're going to affect some families in a way we do not want to do that. So that's what I have to say about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Harald?
Thank you. That answered my question.
Thanks. Alder Martinez Rutherford, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm so incredibly grateful for the work that Alder Latimer Burris has done on this and the way that she's digging in. The reason I supported placing it on file, or sorry, language, was because like it's already been a part of our legislative or good Lord, English is gone from my head today. Is part of our lobbying efforts and has been put on these requested by the governor on the most recent budget, and I believe several times as well, but I'm not 1,000% sure. And until we have a legislature that's a little more balanced and amenable to real change, like it doesn't change anything. And if we do lobby them to get a local sales tax, then we're going to take a lot of poison pills within whatever they do. And I don't think the poor people of Madison can handle that. So that has been my reasoning. And yes, I think that we should get, be able to have a city sales tax. And yes, I believe we should get a better piece of that, shared revenue, because what the legislature has done is essentially say, I don't care about these Wisconsinites, and that is BS to me, and I'm furious about that. We shouldn't be put in this situation when there is such a large surplus at the state. It is unconscionable that happens. And who suffers? Me, you, all of us. So yes, I agree. We need to look at this, but we also need to make sure that when we do look at it, and when we have an amenable legislature, that we are going to be able to protect the most vulnerable and keep the part of Madison that I love so much, where we're committed to caring for one another and really keeping the city beautiful and friendly and affordable. Like, I can't afford to live here. Like, I live with somebody, and that's the only way I can live here. And that would be terrible for me if I was forced to go to the country. I'm not a country girl anymore. So that is my 2 cents. I more than 2 cents. I'm sure that's 1.25 at least. But I agree that with the sentiment, and I'm grateful for all of the research. I just it's something that's not going to happen for the 2025 budget anyway, even if we were able to get it through. So I think it would be better suited at a time where it could actually make a difference for humans on the ground.
Thanks, Alder. Robbie, go ahead.
Thank you. I originally raised my hand to ask Alder Latimer Burris, kind of going back to Alder Bennett's question, like, what are we trying to get out of this, and what actions did she want us to take, and how did this come up in the first place? And unfortunately, most of what's in this memo is not a surprise to me, because I was working on transportation, especially when it comes to the transportation, because I was working on transportation issues when the legislature outlawed RTAs. So unfortunately, this is just a bad memory, or a PTSD, or whatever you want to call it, with regard to transportation funding. And I really appreciate city staff explaining what our limitations are with various kinds of funding, because I think this is something that I think this is something that all the citizens of Madison really need to understand. Like, we're really in this constraint. So I appreciate the information. I see that Alder Bennett has her hand up. I was going to make a motion to place this on file, but maybe I'll just wait until Alder Bennett finishes speaking or see if there's any other questions, and I'll come back to that motion.
Okay, thanks, Robbie. Elder Bennett, go ahead.
Thanks, Robbie. Yeah, I agree that I'm really glad that this was actually brought up, because like I had no idea regional transit authorities were even a thing, let alone that Wisconsin was one of only 2 in the state that doesn't have it. But shocker, we are once again behind and being regressive. And now I feel like I have, explore, consider, whatever, come back, stuck in my head. But that is definitely something I would like what specifically with the, I guess, utility fees, because transportation fees aren't necessarily a thing. I think that is something that the Transportation Commission should consider. I actually was going to ask that we maybe not take a motion on this, just because, like, I know we were specifically named in the resolution, but I honestly don't fully understand what the action is. I don't know. It's just a lot here. And like, I don't know if Transportation Commission is the right people to take action on something, or to take an action on something that falls like only like a small part of it falls within the scope of like our job, but then the rest is not necessarily. So it's just a little confusing to me if we're the right people that should be making a motion on it, rather than like, I feel like it's a good conversation that we had, but I'm not necessarily sure if like we should be making a recommendation on a motion.
My understanding of 3301 is when something's referred to us by the council, and in 3356, anything that is referred to us by the council, Transportation Commission is authorized to act on, is that I think we're asked to take some kind of action. And I think my understanding of what the Common Council Executive Committee did was place it on file without prejudice, so it could come back again at some point in the future, is my understanding of what they did. But Eric, you can tell me if that's not a correct reading of 3301 and 3356.
As you know, I'm 10 and a half months into understanding city procedure. I think we may have exhausted my off the top of my head understanding. I think the other thing the commission could do would be to just direct staff to finish the informational items 7, 8, 9 in the resolution to the extent practicable, and place findings on file for use by the Finance Committee and City Council. Something like that. Again, that's I thought maybe one of the alders would have a better idea.
Alder Latimer Burris, go ahead.
Yes, as the author, I'm fine with that, with what Attorney French says. The Commission or Committee on Employee Relations, CER, listen, they have the same kind of reaction, like, wow, this is a lot. And, they chose to, they took it up and not take it up legally, which is fine. So I think that's fine. You guys got to know, any way you cut it, we've got to get information and understand it. We got to get information and understand it. So I would report some of the things that I've learned back, and I haven't even sent Finance Director Schminicki all my questions. I mean, literally, I probably have 200 questions now at this point. We don't have time. We're going to go to referendum in a minute. We have no time. and it has deep consequences. So I if any information that we can get, and it can be reported back for alders and not just in an email, like, here's your information. We are so busy in Avalanche. We have full-time jobs. We don't get to read the, quiet as it's kept. We don't get to read everything. And yeah, so that's my 2 cents.
Thanks. Thanks, Alder. Is that all you had, Alder Latimer Burrs? Robbie, go ahead. Or Tom, did you have a comment before?
Yeah, this is more in regards to Alder Bennett's suggestion. First, I wanted to assure the Transportation Commission that the Finance Department is fully investigating the broad range of alternatives. That if we get a referendum, how that would look, and they are also fully investigating if we don't get a referendum and how that would look. So as far as the special charge, you don't have to worry about whether or not that's being considered, because that there are analysis being done in the background, and that is in the mix. If that is added to the resolution, I just want to caution that we make sure we use the correct terminology, and if we used a special charge rather than utility, because there's different legal standing. And then also perhaps it's not necessarily transportation, but it has to do with the maintenance of our streets. And so maybe keeping a broader term in there. Again, I don't feel like an amendment or a recommendation is needed, because our finance department is on it, and alders and policymakers will be provided information of plan A and a plan B. So I'm confident in all that.
Thanks, Tom. Robbie, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion, which I hopefully will be a neutral ground. And if I can get a second, I can explain it. So I move that we accept the report that was sent to us. That's it.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, who seconded that? Alder Bennett? Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Robbie.
This is kind of a non-motion motion. It's something that is used often when we're given an information only report, but I don't see any reason why we could not accept this report that is part of the resolution. Our action is not going to be the make or break when this comes back to the council. So it's sort of, thanking the staff for giving us the information. We're not taking any action. We're not placing it on file. We're not rejecting it. We're not, saying yes, full speed ahead. It's just a general, we accept the report. Thank you very much. So that's my motion, and I'm hoping that will be acceptable to the body.
Okay, so what I have is that the Transportation Commission accepts the report that was sent to us. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, just to clarify, the report being the memo on the resolution?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments or questions? Okay, I'm going to try accepting, or I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no, abstain, or wishes a roll call vote. Please raise your hand if you do. Okay, I'm seeing no hands, so the motion, the Transportation Commission accepts the report that was sent to us, was approved unanimously, and it's a lot of work has gone into the budget, is going into the budget. we all appreciate what everyone's done. Think Alder Latimer Burris, you coming at it from a different direction. That can't hurt. You know, anything and everything that we think about is important to discuss. So I think this is a good solution. So thanks, everybody. And more to follow on the budget. Okay. So we are moving on to item number 4. Renee.
All right. Hello, all. So I am going to talk a little bit about a grant that the city is proposing to apply for. It is called the Active Transportation Infrastructure Investment Program. It is one of the many brand new federal programs included in the bipartisan infrastructure law. Unfortunately, this one has been funded at a pretty small level compared to, I think, the original intention. So we are proposing to apply for things on the planning and design side. At the federal level, they are readily admitting that they will only be funding possibly 2 to 3 actual construction projects across the country because of the funding being much smaller than intended, and this program being intended for very large scale projects of around, you know, kind of that 15 million point. But I believe off the top of my head, I should have looked this up. They have 45 million for construction, and then they have some funds set aside for planning and design purposes specifically, which is not to say it's not competitive, but not at quite the same level as construction. So after talking it over between the transportation and engineering department, we decided that it would make sense to focus on the north side of Madison. It has much less in terms of kind of all ages and ability facilities, shared use paths, things like that, connecting it into the rest of the city. It's also kind of a key time because a project called the North Mendota Trail, which is outside the city limits, is going to be building a connection not too far away from the northern boundary of our city. Dane County is leading that project. So it becomes more critical all the time to find some solutions for the north side to connect into the city and offer those same sort of opportunities. It was just, I don't know, a couple meetings ago, we were talking about north-south BRT. And obviously at those meetings, it came up a lot, having those walking and biking connections. So this provides us an opportunity to look for a community preferred alternative. For, I don't know, decades, there has been this concept for this trail that would be called the Sherman Flyer. It would operate kind of parallel to the railroad. However, the railroad has not been open to these kinds of rails with trails where the path needs to be within that railroad corridor. You know, since we started thinking about that original idea of the Sherman Flyer, the state law has not made it possible to use eminent domain for establishing walking and biking facilities. So it has made that concept very difficult. So what we're proposing is to develop some options that could work within the corridors that are feasible to build in the short term, and find community preferred alternatives from those feasible options. Through some strong community engagement, and put together a plan both for kind of a main network that would connect the edge of the city at the north into the network that exists, and to do 30% designs at the level that they would be needed to apply for federal funds following the federal environmental process. And that would look at how do we connect to the locally alternative for BRT. And I am going to do a share. I don't have a lot of documents for this, but I am just going to kind of share the general gist of what I mean by the north side. It's probably what you're kind of imagining in your minds. But it is kind of this Packers, Sherman, Northport area, down to kind of the area where the Demetral Park path starts up. You're getting down to, the other connections that exist as you come into the east side. This is kind of the general planning area, knowing that we would want to consider connections. How do you get to Madison College? New developments that are being planned in this area. So kind of looking at that larger general area and coming up with a really solid, feasible plan that we can start to construct. So that is what we're asking for. It is the grant that, after working on the budget, the total project would be around $920,000 if we want to ensure that we have enough money to do those 30% designs. That does allow us to be very ready for the various programs that exist. We call those like shelf ready, like they're ready. They have been following the federal design process. They have gone through that environmental process and are very competitive when it comes to the funds that are available. So that is a fairly quick description of what I think is a critical and impactful project. But I can take questions as well.
And if I could just clarify, Renee, this is a Transportation Commission resolution at this point, because there's timing requirements to show our support as they apply for the grant. And there wasn't time to get it introduced at the council and referred back to us. So we are being proactive in supporting the project with the Transportation Commission resolution. Is that the correct way to frame it, Renee?
Yeah, that is correct. The application is due on the 17th. And by the time we decided that it would make sense to move forward with this project, it was too late to go through the full council process. But we did want to establish that the city was supportive of the project and be able to include the Transportation Commission, who is, your duty is around these issues related to transportation. That support does exist, and we would be able to include that, at least with the grant application.
Yeah.
You may have seen in the paper there was some discussion that Parks might want to apply for a large project related to the Lake Monona waterfront, and it was unclear what did that mean for traffic engineering to apply for something. That has been resolved. We've met with our lobbyist. She felt that this was a very competitive project, so felt strongly that it would be appropriate to move forward with this. And then Parks has, I think, stepped back a little and realized they might not actually be ready with this first year to have a really good, active transportation-oriented project. So the sentiment was, we should jump on this one while we have this great competitive edge with the project that makes a lot of sense for this program.
Great. Comments or questions for Renee? Okay, I'm seeing no hands. We would need a motion. Harold?
Yeah, I'll move in support of the resolution to apply for this grant.
Okay, Robbie?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to move support of the resolution to apply for the grant. Did you wish to speak to the motion, Harold?
No, thank you.
Okay. Discussion. Okay, I'm seeing no hands. I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. Okay, you have our unanimous support, Renee. Excellent. And we'll look forward to hearing more about it, Renee. So let's move on to item 5. Tom, it's the director's report.
Yeah. In 3 to 5 minutes, I'll summarize what we've been doing over the last 3 to 4 months. For some reason, there's my camera. Okay. East-West BRT, we continue on construction. It's been very busy. We've had probably almost 10 change orders, modifications. It's probably the largest project the city of Madison has ever undertaken. So it's not a small effort. It's consuming a lot of Metro resources, a lot of Mag Chicavel's time, actually a lot of my time. It also has to be coordinated with the technology project that Metro is doing with its tracking software, and it also has to keep in line with the new fare payment system. So you think of all these moving parts, right? And how everything has to kind of arrive at the same place at the same time. And so we're monitoring it very closely. Right now, we're on track to open in fall, perhaps early fall. We're excited about it, but this is not a small effort. I'm just going to say that I can't tell you how many meetings there are every week just to keep things going with this curb wrap doesn't work, this retaining wall needs to be modified. We aren't getting the electronic equipment that we need at this date. And so it's a major effort. And just so you know that it's probably going to be the electronics that are the critical path items right now. And so we are kind of encouraging and helping the contractor get some of the critical path items associated with the electronics going. The locally preferred alternative was approved both Madison and Fitchburg City Councils in June of 2024. We were recommended for funding in March of 2024. This is a big deal. 53,000 people, 40,000 more jobs, 10 grocery stores. Of those within a half mile of the road, 20% are car free, 40% are people of color, 51% are people, low income families, and then 10% are those experiencing some type of disability. I almost want to repeat those statistics again. This is a very important route. This is a very important route. We are right now trying to obtain approval and permissions from the Wisconsin DOT and Dane County Highways. And I'll just say that is proving challenging. We're using all our options, but that is proving challenging. So if you think about the East-West BRT, constructing that, and then the North-South BRT, getting it approved and designing it, we have the two largest projects that the city of Madison has ever undertaken, and they're occurring at the same time. So a lot of people are working evenings and weekends. I think we've been very grateful to all the city departments that have helped us, because like purchasing right of way, all sorts of things, they are showing up. And then I'm going to just say that Mike Chicavel has probably borne the heaviest brunt of everything, and I'm just going to give him props right now. He is helping to make this happen. One thing I didn't put in the report is Hanson Road. Hanson Road, we had a groundbreaking in the spring of this year, and it's actually ahead of schedule. The Hanson Road Metro facility is critical to BRT because that's where we charge and store our electric buses, and it's ahead of schedule, so that's doing well. Amtrak, we're narrowing down the potential sites. We're likely to have a public meeting this summer. Let's say midsummer. A lot of the people that are working on Amtrak are also working on North-South BRT. And so, now that North-South BRT, some of the critical issues are winding down there, they'll be able to transition. The State Street Campus Garage construction is slightly behind schedule. We're hoping to still meet our timeframe, but there were some soils that we didn't know of, and it's causing some delays. This thing kind of maybe might have gone underneath the radar, but the Reconnecting Communities grant, we received a $1 million grant. I think it was announced in March, and we're working with the FHWA and getting a grant agreement set. This would be for the Perry Street overpass. And so just to help you understand, between Park Street and Fish Hatchery, you kind of have this area of Madison that's north of the Beltline and this area of Madison that's south of the Beltline. A lot of it's kind of industrial working class jobs. And there's really no way to get there. You can't get there through Park Street. And there's only one intersection that gives you access to it on Fish Hatchery. It's Greenway Cross. And so this would provide an overpass there just to make it a little bit more connected. Curb management plan. We are very excited to start that, but you can probably tell, our bandwidth is low right now. You know, between the north-south and the east-west BRT and Amtrak, we are hoping to get a good start in the fall. The curb management plan is not a small effort. It's likely to be 18 to 24 month effort. Probably result in a policy paper of 100 to 150 pages. There's some excellent examples from San Francisco online. So it won't be a small resolution to the TC saying, can you approve this change to RB3? It's going to be a comprehensive overview. And that's why we have to just maybe delay working on that until this fall. While we are working on overdrive, you might say on bus rapid transit, the Wisconsin DOT is working on overdrive on their projects. The two most pressing projects are the I-94 39 project and then the North Stoughton Road project. The I-39-94 project is going as expected. They plan on releasing a DEIS, I think, in June. They are recommending capacity expansion, but then they're also have acquiesced to many of the concerns or requests that we've asked for. And so I'm going to say it's positive for us. Their noise modeling has produced some results that are very beneficial as far as the installation of noise walls to the city of Madison. And so we're grateful for that. The Stoughton Road North project, that's going as well. They have some preliminary recommendations that are contrary to what the city of Madison is asking for. We're not quite sure, what the next steps are. They plan on releasing an environmental document this fall. So the Freeway project will release their environmental document in June. The North Stoughton Road project will probably release their environmental document in this fall. So to give you an idea where the timing is. And so that's hopefully maybe a 5-minute summary of what we've been working on over the past several months.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. Comments or questions for Tom? Harold.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I guess I'll start out by saying it's a lot, and I really appreciate the work that you and your staff have been doing. Wearing my other hat on BPW, I've seen a lot of those change orders around BRT and how it's a massive project. So stuff comes up, but that we're still pretty much on track and well within the budget. I think that's really something that you need to be proud of. I'm really pleased to see that early fall might still be the launch date. So fingers crossed that stuff will go smoothly. So yeah, just thank you for the work on this and all of the other projects. One suggestions for future reports. One thing that I'm always curious about is how Metro ridership is doing. Maybe that's just something to include in these reports, because I know getting the data in other ways can sometimes be challenging. So that's just a suggestion for the future.
Yeah, maybe I'll to give you a report right now. It's about 1 million riders a month. So we had 1 million riders in October. It dipped a little bit over the Christmas period, and now it's at about 1 million. We are expecting. I want to and then maybe perhaps one caveat. the technology on Metro buses is kind of breaking. Our automatic passenger counters only work on about a third of the projects, and our current fare collection system is collecting the fares, but it's not necessarily counting the passengers. And so we have some inaccuracies right now. We're looking forward actually to September, because all of a sudden we'll have new technology on our existing buses, and we'll have the new technology on the BRT buses. But that being said, the ridership is trending positively. And then I think when we have all of the technology glitches on our buses in future kind of replaced, because it will be replaced in the next 2 months, I think we'll be positively surprised.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Harold. Other comments or questions for Tom? Okay, thanks very much, Tom. A lot of really excellent work, and please pass along to Mike and Liz and everybody who's been working on all of these projects, BRT in particular, that very much appreciated, and we recognize the extra time they've been putting in, the extra effort. Okay, Renee, crossing guard policy and modifications. And I would just say normally we go through the whole presentation and then come back and hit questions and comments. Renee and Nico's here as well. You have this set up where there are some natural stopping points along the way. And I would suggest that we do that because there's a lot of things that you're looking for feedback on. Did you like that approach, Renee?
Yeah, if that's okay with everyone, I think that would kind of be the easiest, because we're here not to approve something, but to really get some feedback into kind of what I think is important, has some complications. So I think you'll probably lose track of a lot of things if I don't just stop, if everyone's cool with that.
Okay. All right, I see heads nodding. Everybody's okay? All right, go ahead.
All right, then I'm gonna dive in here and I will get this rolling. Okay. So tonight I am as Anne mentioned, joined by Nico, who's our supervisor on the east side for the crossing guard program. Alex, who supervises the west side, wasn't able to make it tonight, but I assured him there would be future opportunities to come back since this is just informational. This is kind of what I'm going to go through. I'll try to keep it quick, but it is kind of a lot to dive into, and I think important to set a good future for our crossing guard program. So first, most of you are probably familiar with it, but it is, I think, integral in supporting active transportation for our elementary schools. They play a really important role in getting kids across the street, kind of controlling what's happening at intersections. And I think really do play a role in getting parents feeling more comfortable with their children walking or biking, which I think really it addresses some of the things that Robbie brought up earlier about parents just bringing up safety as a concern. And I like to think that they're really helping model good crossing and helping kids really set themselves up for the future. Just a little bit about our staffing. This program is part of our pedestrian bicycle unit since it moved over from the Madison Police Department in 2021. We have about 27 crossing guards on the east side, 32 on the west side, who we have at locations. We also have what we call our relief guards who cover sick days and absences as well. Our crossing guard program here has actually been around for quite a long time, as well as our policy. We first developed that policy all the way back in the 1960s, actually. And we have made some changes over the years. Our last big update was in 2016, and it wasn't actually really that big. They took a big look at it. Actually ended up not really changing hardly anything. Felt really that we had a strong policy. But back at the start of the 22-23 school year, there was this idea that we should do a ResG review of the policy, because as we were bringing forward kind of recommendations for adding or removing guards, we were trying to reflect some of that information, but it wasn't actually built into the policy. Kind of a quick overview, since we haven't come with any policy changes in a while. Our requests for new locations are intended to come from school principals, go to our traffic safety committee for review, and that committee is made up of staff from the city, from the school district. It these days also includes the Wisconsin Bike Fed, who have funding to run a Safe Routes to School program, as well as recently the new school bus company has joined the committee as well. Once we decide that, yes, this is worth studying, we collect a bunch of data, typically in the fall and the spring when the weather is good, and fill out our report and look at how it scores. And then we also have an annual review of how many children are using our locations. And as those get very low, we study them to see if we should continue forward. Here's a link for that full policy, but there's kind of this benchmark of how many kids are there walking and kind of how many points do they score towards getting a hazard that determine the recommendation that staff make to the Transportation Commission. As I said, this is the committee and kind of who sits on it and their role. Everyone here is fairly familiar with kind of the ResG analysis, but these are the kinds of things that were at front of mind as we started working on what we kind of thought would be similar to 2016. We'd make some quick recommendations, come back, but the more we dove into this, the more we just wanted to be intentional and slow down and take time. Our team that was working on this ResG analysis included the pedestrian bicycle administrator / me, now the assistant director, our outreach specialist who does our in-school educational programming, both of our crossing guard supervisors, a planner who is also a neighborhood resource team leader and has also participated in leading walking school buses in that NRT that she works in, the safety and security director for the school district. We also invited one of our crossing guards to participate because we felt it was important to get the perspective of a person who's actually doing this work every day. We had one of our traffic engineers who has worked on crossing guard studies, and then the Wisconsin Bike Fed Safe Routes to School coordinator as well. Things that we are going to talk about here are these issues, and I'm just going to dive into them so we have plenty of time for discussion. One of the things in our current policy is to recommend a crossing guard. It requires 25 children crossing, as well as the hazard rating. Now that does, if it's one of our K through 2 only schools, that does drop to 15. And just a few things that, kind of came up for our group that was thinking about this is in locations where there are a mix of students who are walking and biking, but also are near the drop-off location for people who are driving. So ones that are right near the school entrance, you're going to have super high numbers. And it's not like we're necessarily going to know, oh, that child crossed, but they were driven to school versus that child was crossed and they walked to school. Obviously, the bikers are a little easier to pick out, right? They have bikes. They could have been dropped off with the bike, but they probably rode it. So for example, Leopold Elementary, we have Post Road at the front of the school. We're averaging over 100 students for every shift, but it's a mix of how they got to school. Now, as you get a little bit further away from a school, not to say there aren't any families who are choosing to drop off a little bit further away. That does happen, but generally these are going to be not solely kids walking and biking predominantly. So a very walk bike friendly neighborhood, Commonwealth at Allen, we're getting more like 30 students per shift at that location. So still super strong performer, but it's going to be wildly different from the front of the school. Interestingly, we also award points in the hazard rating based on how many children cross there, even though we have this minimum threshold for a recommendation. And that is definitely something that has thrown people off. We had an instance where, you know, we had a school location. The parents were so excited. I mean, I don't know, excited is the right word, but they knew that the hazard rating was high enough to kind of meet the criteria for a crossing guard, but they didn't have 25 students, and they were frustrated when they saw that we were not recommending that location because of that. So it is an interesting thing that we were thinking about, that confusion, and then this question kind of is it more hazardous when there are a lot of kids? I mean, obviously they're not going to be grouped up. So they could be like constantly crossing, but at what point is it actually like a safety benefit to have more kids crossing because you expect them? So we thought this was very interesting. So I'm going to just go through some of these things, and then we can pause and see if we have any discussion. Does 25 really seem like the right minimum? We have many locations that we feel really good about that are below 25. And we're also saying you need to have 25 when we don't have a crossing guard yet. So maybe people are not yet comfortable with children walking. Should it be lower if you're not kind of right at that prime entrance location? That confusion over, we give points because it's more hazardous if there are more children. Should they only be for over the minimum or not at all? And if this is truly a hazardous location, should we really expect that there would be 25 children crossing when we did our study? Or should it be more looking at potential, or the potential for the number of students that could cross, looking at more demographic information? So I'm going to pause to see if there are thoughts, questions on this particular issue.
Comments or questions on this one? I'm not seeing any hands yet, Renee. You asked a really good question with regard to the potential. It's something Robbie talked about earlier. It's kind of a vicious circle, isn't it? I mean, if it's hazardous, are parents going to allow kids to cross there? And should we not, might be harder to do, but shouldn't we be looking at that potential or anticipated if it were safer? Harold, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe why you get the silence is because, yeah, you made a really good case that it does seem like a bad metric. So I guess the question is, what do we do? I mean, I guess one obvious way is we don't take into account the number of children crossing anymore. But did you have any other, do you come up with any other specific ways to somehow still take this into account?
I wouldn't say that we have a specific way, but I think we did talk a lot about this idea of the potential. And I think I have a slide. I've kind of forgotten the order right now, but about, we have recently done some pilot locations. Obviously, downside is it's super hard once you've done a pilot location, even if you don't have very many children, to take it back. But it feels like that does make it a little bit easier to look at the potential and then see, okay, as we're doing this, has it had the intended outcome, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think, the downside of the pilot is a strong one to consider. I think we've seen that at TC, where like, why are you taking away our crossing guard? It's always much harder than the other direction.
Yes. So, yeah.
Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just give a little historical perspective, and that is that when I was serving on Head Bike Motor Vehicle Commission, who was at that time the equivalent, and we were assigning and assessing crossing guards several times, especially with a new school, or a new development on the periphery, the parents came in and they just begged us for a crossing guard, and they swore that if they had a crossing guard, the kids would walk. That they, you know, if you put a crossing guard there, the kids will come. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. I mean, several times we put the crossing guard there, and then we had minimal number of kids. And partly because of budget issues, we had to decide how many, you know, we can't just assign them everywhere if there's only 3 or 4 kids crossing. So we had to take those away because the children didn't come. The parents were still driving them to school. So it's, I mean, it is tough. It's a tough decision, and I don't know how to make that assessment that this is a good location where the kids will walk if a crossing guard is present. But I find it hard to believe sometimes when there's a line of parents dropping their kids off that suddenly, all of a sudden, all those kids are going to walk. So I don't know what the answer is.
No, I mean, I think it's a complicated issue, right? The chicken and the egg, but also the reality that once you put a crossing guard, people feel that it's forever.
Yeah.
So it's a hard expectation to set, especially since the families in a school are going to turn over. So you can tell that first cohort, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the families that come after don't have that expectation. So definitely something that we're going to continue to dig into, I think, and come back with hopefully something that hits the right mark.
Yeah. Renee, can we just go back? I haven't heard anybody talk about sort of the double counting of having the total number of students being a minimum and also counting toward the hazard rating. So any thoughts with regard to that? Because that's one of your questions, isn't it, Renee?
Yes, it is. It's a confusion point. And also when are less children crossing, so it's unexpected, actually kind of hazardous. And then at a certain point, maybe it becomes less hazardous. And then maybe there is something about if it's a constant stream and there is not someone there kind of grouping them and crossing and allowing some flow of that school traffic, maybe that is reaching that hazard point again. But it definitely causes a lot of confusion with sort of families who are advocating for their location.
Yeah. Any thoughts with regard to that? Harold?
Yeah, I mean, anecdotally, living right next to West High, which has very heavy pedestrian traffic, I mean, I think there's a lot that rings true to me to this. Like, there's tons of people walking, and that makes it safer because there's an expectation. There we have the flashing beacon, which is practically constantly activated during school times. So yeah, there's definitely like more people does not equal more hazard and I think that's probably true in almost all cases.
Yeah. Yeah, it does seem kind of unusual because you might think if there's a small number, no one expects them. No one's kind of like looking for them. So I think that's something that we want to kind of test how it would work to change that part of it and make that a little bit clearer.
Yeah.
So one thing is that came up for us is definitely in that racial equity, social justice space is we treat children the same whether they are walking alone, maybe just with a sibling or a neighbor or with an adult. Obviously, you know, like something that our crossing guard brought up is she has worked in a number of different locations, is it takes time to be comfortable that you feel like that crossing guard is someone that you know and trust. So it's not necessarily that immediately they arrive And then they feel like, oh, the families trust their children to cross with me. So that I thought was a fair point, but also that there are families that have a lot more flexibility to walk with their students than others. Some children's only, option, even when they're very small, is to walk with a sibling who might not actually be that much older. And then we also don't really consider, people being driven to school in kind of our thoughts about the total number of kids crossing. Sorry. So just thinking about, should we reflect neighborhoods that have less ability to have an adult walk with them in our metrics? I think that we did feel that we were leaning that direction. And then this idea of, should the number be different, like lower for a K-2 school, especially where those are the kids who are very unlikely to be traveling on their own, versus the 3-5, where you do see more kids who are walking on their own. So I guess I wanted to discuss that too.
Carl, go ahead.
Yeah, for the walking with an adult question, how would you assess that? Would that be based on an actual count, or I think you mentioned at the neighborhood level where you make assumptions of?
Yeah, so this would be an actual count. So I don't want to call out any particular locations, but there is a location. We did the original study. The parents were walking with the children to school. But it rated hazardous enough, to have a crossing guard placed. But can now still, with the crossing guard, all of the children are being walked with an adult, even with the crossing guard there. Whereas we do have neighborhoods, and they do tend to be more low-income neighborhoods, where the kids are relying on that crossing guard. There's not an adult with the group. There might be an occasional day where an adult might be with the group, but they are generally on their own.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That seems reasonable to me to take this into account if you can do it reliably and people don't yell at you of like, oh no, since it's not based on actual numbers, why are you not giving my neighborhood the crossing guard?
Mm-hmm. No, I think it is a sensitive issue, right? And there is this idea that, something it's hard to say that might not change. It's just that I do know that we have locations where, that has not changed. Maybe over time, there'll be a new cohort coming to that school and that could change things, but we haven't seen that the addition necessarily means that now parents feel the child can walk on their own, and many reasons. Like, that can be a super fun part of the day, walking with your kids to school and talking to them and talking to the other parents and building those like neighborhood relationships. But in trying to make these hard decisions about where do we staff and where do we not, it feels like kind of on a priority level, those locations that don't have that ability to participate in that, it is important to reflect that, I think, in our policy.
Is that all you had, Harold? Okay. Thanks. Denise, go ahead.
Yeah, Renee, thank you. I am really happy to see this brought in. I think we had quite a discussion about this maybe a year ago about the neighborhoods where kids do have to walk on their own or with just a slightly older sibling, or they're not getting to school. So, I don't know if it makes sense to, rank the NRTs higher, or, how to really think about it. But that I'm just really happy to see it here, because it is a really key equity. It's a really key equity issue. And some of those kids may not go to school. And, we see that if the parents don't feel it's safe, and then we have higher absentee rates. So, so thank you for including it.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna keep us moving unless,
Anything else on this slide?
okay, so now I'm gonna talk a little bit. We do have like kind of some things that are more like flexible that you can use to add points. They're called the other factors towards the hazard rating. And you know, a lot of it is pretty traffic engineering oriented. Right? Does it have a lot of people who maybe don't live in the area who would be traveling through here, complicated intersections, arterial streets, multiple crosswalks, things like that. So we started, you know, and thinking about racial equity, social justice, like what are some data points? So we definitely have the neighborhood resource teams. But other factors that we felt like maybe these are things that we would add points for. So we were looking at the neighborhood indicators data. It's something that we commonly use here at the city. We do have something that does look at economically disadvantaged students by block group. Still block group, but it does kind of dig into this idea. There's also something around high mobility students. So students that transfer between schools more as an indicator. And then obviously we have the households without access to a private vehicle. It's part of our neighborhood indicators. Also, WSDOT has their maps on that. And we felt like, well, that's obviously a consideration. If you're not eligible for busing and you're more likely to be in a family without access to a private vehicle, then you're going to have to find another way to get to school. And we want to support that, that walking and biking for students. So these are some of the things that kind of jumped out at us as we were looking at this. Obviously there's other data, but I guess we wanted some input into these kind of ones that jumped out at us in our discussion to see how people felt about this just from a points awarding kind of point of view.
Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. I'm wondering about the level of analysis for this. So would you be looking at the school's location, or would you actually use data of where the students, like the catchment area of the school, or actually specific locations of where students live?
Yeah, that's a really good question. You know, obviously it would be nice to have like much more granular data, but we would be our data on like school, like where's the school where the children live who go to the school, is also kind of at that block group level. So we would pair that information up as we're looking at the crossing, which are the areas that would kids be pulled from. And we're able to say, okay, so there's a good potential. What else do we know about that census block group? So we would try to pair those together and not just look at the school as a whole.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, you should ask Ben Varick. Maybe he can do some additional fancy data analysis as he has done with other stuff. Yeah, so that's all I had.
Okay, thanks, Harold. Denise, go ahead.
I'm just like super happy to see the high mobility added. My wife works with homeless families experiencing homelessness, and the parental fear of not knowing the neighborhood or being new to it is a big contributor to absentee rates. So that is really awesome. And then as the co-chair of the Wisconsin Non-Driver Advisory Committee, and one of our recommendations was for WSDOT to develop those ArcGIS maps. I'm just like super tickled that you are using that data to look at households without cars and to consider that in the Crossing Guard program. That is just super awesome.
Yeah, great. All right.
Lower hand button, L, hand now lowered. R.
So I think a couple of other things that have just come up is, should we have kind of a slightly different requirement if you're kind of further away from a location? And this gets at a little bit at our kind of minimums for establishing a crossing guard and, you know, like 25 feels kind of, I don't know, it's like a good number, but if you're further away from the front door, the further you get away, kind of the less opportunity there is. So I don't think that we came upon something. We've just been kind of struggling a little bit with like, what are the right numbers, since we've kind of, Nico really like dove into our data to kind of look at front entrance versus a little bit away from the school. And we saw a real difference in the numbers, even at corners that we, you know, historically have thought of as like, that is a really strong walk bike location for a crossing guard. And then just thinking a little bit about that walk score, which, you know, I'm just going to say that's also racial equity, social justice. We do have disparity in our infrastructure. We have some swaths of the city where it's lower income residents. They're less likely to have a good sidewalk network. They have busier streets. The infrastructure is different. And we were just, you know, pondering how just that disparity in infrastructure, but that doesn't, but we also have kids who are walking. They need to walk. That's the only option that they have for getting to school. They don't have the option of being driven. They don't have bus service. Is how could we just try to get our heads around that as well? Knowing that some neighborhoods, it's a lot easier for kids to choose to walk. So I don't know if there are any thoughts there.
Harold, go ahead.
I mean, I think that's a good consideration. I don't think walk score is the way to do it, because I mean, it's a metric that, you know, the density of coffee shops. I mean, it is a measure of a certain type of walkability, but I don't think that's what you have described, which I think is what we want to capture. And I'm trying to think. I mean, maybe, yeah, I don't know. Trying to think what a better alternative metric would be. Missing sidewalks. I don't know. Yeah, I don't have a good idea of an alternative, but I think walk score is not it.
Yeah. And maybe it's something that we have to kind of develop on our own, right? Like there isn't the perfect one that exists for this purpose, but I think it's something that really struck us.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're right. You're going to be working on a pedestrian plan at some point. So maybe that will produce some sort of maps and metrics that could capture this. That might be an idea.
Yeah. No, I think that's a great idea. All right. Okay, so now I want to dive into the always unpopular discontinuation policy. So right now our policy is if the hazard rating falls below 30 points, or if the number of children is less than 15. There is some other kind of complicated language, but I would say generally we're looking at if it falls below 15 is kind of where we've fallen out on our studies recently. So it does also have some additional language. It could be reviewed because of a change in school attendance area boundaries, changes in school busing policies, where kids who were walking are bused below the 15, or changes such the hazard falls below 30. That is all in our policy as well. Like I've said, our focus has really been on the falling below, and not really 15, but more than that, substantially lower than that. So I guess our first thing is it says several years. So what we found is we do have some locations, they have had low usage for more than 5 years. That doesn't make it easy to discontinue it. So I guess we wanted to talk about when it comes to declining usage, however we decide to define that in the future, do we feel like several years, is that 3 years? That's kind of several, right? Or is it more like we want complete changeover of saying that elementary school. So we want to get more in the 5 or 6 year range. So I guess we're kind of wondering where people fall out on that, knowing that this is a difficult choice to discontinue a location. If people had any thoughts.
Yeah, Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, this is not to discontinue, but this is to study discontinuation, right?
Correct.
And that, can you remind us that study process? Basically, you run the numbers again?
Yeah, so what we do is we look at our history of what our crossing guards report in their counts, which they do. And then we would go back out and do a full study, the same as like we do for establishing a new crossing. We rerun all the hazard rating information. We do the counts of who's there on the days that we do the studies, and we complete a report and bring it to the Transportation Commission, notifying the impacted neighborhoods, alders, schools, etc.
Trade-off to some extent is like either having a crossing guard who may not be in the most helpful position versus the effort you have to put into studying and bringing it to TC and all that. So I guess that's the balance.
Right. It is the balance with the process that we use currently. I will say, we did have a crossing guard that served, and, in talking to others, you're out there all the time. So if you are down and you're in a crossing with no one really coming, that is also not a desirable work situation.
Right.
So it can make a crossing location harder to staff because people want to switch out of it to a place where they're more active. It's easier to stay warm. They're actually connecting with families. So that is also, kind of an issue with our low performers, is they're not as desirable to staff.
Do you have any sense of like what's causing these declines? Is that
Sure.
Yeah.
I think the ones that we have closed most recently, it was a decline in children in the neighborhood attending the elementary school that it was established for. So we saw in some instances, looking at the demographic information, the potential wasn't there. Really, at this point in time, perhaps there would be a changeover in the future. But when we did those ones that we eliminated most recently, the demographics had shifted at the school. Still children in the neighborhood, but they were not elementary aged anymore.
I mean,
there can be other reasons too. There
Right,
can
right,
be
right.
things that happen in a neighborhood where people are no longer feeling that comfort level with
Right.
walking and biking.
Yeah, I guess my inclination is not making that period too long. And maybe another thing to look into, if there's maybe a quick study process where you don't do the whole analysis, but as you said, like, running the numbers or like stuff that you can basically put together in a reasonable amount of time, but that still is informative and maybe informs like some of these, like what's causing this, and is this likely to be a temporary thing, or is it maybe more likely to be long-term, just to keep your staff effort in manageable and avoid all those downsides of having intersections where really nobody's crossing.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the things I struggle with, Renee, is something that we've talked about often tonight, and that is, you just said, if students are crossing there less because they don't view it as safe, then if we made it safer, we might have more activity and have people crossing there more. So, I mean, that's really, we're back to that, catch-22 kind of thing. Robbie, you started talking about that earlier. You hate to not have a crossing guard there if people think that it's not safe. And, maybe we can make it safer, right?
Okay.
And let me just say, in my neighborhood, I've had people tell me that they really like the crossing guard, down on Moreland Road. And they think it's really dangerous for the kids to cross when the crossing guard is not there. So yeah, the crossing guard is really working there. So
So I guess the next thing is just 15. So that's the number that we have in our policy to trigger, after several years of less than 15, it would trigger a new study of the location and a recommendation for what to do. Really, at this point, I think most recently, because many of you were here the last time we did we did some removal of locations and some additions. We really were getting to less than 5 students to really move that forward, just because there was a lot of, it's unpopular. You all know that. We do our crossing guard counts in the fall and spring. We do try to get the best possible weather days. We have done some winter counts, but we don't consider that. Our winter count this year was so warm that I don't even know if it was a winter count. But right now we have 8 locations that for 3 years have had less than 10 students. And we have 7 locations that have more than, that are in that 10 to 15 for each of the 3 years. So I don't think that really generally the committee felt like 15 was the right number. We felt like it's not necessarily horrible at 15. Less than 5 students. You're having a lot of days at less than 5 students on good weather days. You were having a lot of no student days at those locations, unfortunately. That's just the reality. So I guess I just wanted to get the temperature, right, of, since you are ultimately the ones who are approving these, like, what are your feelings on this number?
what do you think? Isn't 15 one of the minimums for one of the age groups, Renee?
So 15 it's just the number. Once it falls below 15 for several years, but 15 is the number to establish a K through 2 school, which is also very kind of like, okay, you have to have 15, but then if you just lose a couple of kids, then we would restudy it. So it feels like we would want to lower this number down to a level that is perhaps more realistic, but not so low that you have big chunks of the year with no one crossing.
Yeah. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
I would say that for me, I think 10 students in the past 3 years makes sense. It just seems like the cost to continue that would be would outweigh how much it's used. But also, saving lives is saving lives,
Absolutely.
So it's kind of that struggle. So I get where you're coming from on that.
Yeah.
But
I think it's a tough one.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
And this is still just to study it. So if we switched it from 15 to 10, then it's just to study. We wouldn't necessarily make the decision, right?
Right. Like you can still look at the individual aspects of a location.
Yeah.
It's
Harold,
just
go
like,
ahead. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Finish up, Renee.
No, I'm just saying this would trigger, that additional review.
Right. Go ahead, Harold.
Right. And for that reason, I think 15, because Renee, as you said, 15 is kind of like the max on like a nice day. And that's just, so how long is what's the time period that you count for?
So so when we count the kids, it's generally like our shifts are around an hour. So
it's one shift.
Yeah, it's like in one shift. How many kids are coming in one shift is kind of how our current policy is, and that's how we do our counts and review them is based on the shifts. Obviously, we're gonna look like, oh, maybe there's tons of morning kids and not as many afternoon kids, or vice versa, and we take that into account as well.
Yeah, 15 just seems like it's not a whole lot of kids, and if
It's
all
not a
this
whole lot
is
of
to
kids.
trigger a study and it's on a
Yeah.
good day, I wouldn't have an issue with keeping it at 15.
Keeping it 15.
Yeah.
Right. This is just triggering a study. It's not like this is saying we've seen only 15 kids for several years. That's it. Right.
Yeah.
There's a lot more
Yeah.
to the process. So
Yeah. The only reason why I think that's if having 15 kids is the metric to get a crossing guard, then
Yes.
all of a sudden to study if it drops right below that, it just seems a little rigorous.
Right.
I mean, you have perhaps there's 2 levels for getting a crossing guard, 15 and 25. Maybe there's 2 levels for discontinuing a crossing guard. Something else to think about, So maybe it's 15. If it's 25 to get one, it's 15 to not. If it's 15 to get one, maybe it's 10 to not, just to study. I don't know. Carl, go ahead.
Yeah, if I wanted to make a case of why it's fine to have a different threshold for the discontinuation, remember it's 15 in the absence of a crossing guard. And the idea is that by putting in a crossing guard, you keep those 15 safe, but you will also potentially have more people. So I think that could be an argument for having a lower threshold for establishing than for discontinuing.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. All right.
Yeah.
So one thing I've really noted, especially as we're doing a lot more infrastructure improvements. We have the Safe Streets Madison program. I definitely been doing a lot of school focused work, that we have not been reviewing locations after an infrastructure improvement, after maybe a reconstruction. But our policy does say that discontinuance should be studied if the hazard rating falls below 30 points, which it could. If we do a good job with our projects, right? The idea is that the streets would not be so hazardous anymore post projects. So I guess the question is should we, I assume at some point in the history of this program that maybe was being done on a more regular basis. Should we be doing that after reconstruction, possibly where we're making a more, a large scale change potentially? In some instances, though, particularly for locations that are kind of they're kind of just at the hazard rating, adding some other infrastructure, such as ped islands with a flashing beacon or some things like that, could really impact that hazard rating and they'd fall lower. It also mentions traffic patterns. Of course, in some ways, I can think of a lot of traffic patterns that would make it more hazardous. But there also could be things related to traffic patterns, like a business that had lots of trucks closes, and this had a hazard rating because it was a truck route with lots of trucks and things like that. So there are things that could have a positive, change that hazard rating. And then also, I think for a while we haven't been as tapped in with the bus company and kind of knowing where they're adding service, maybe removing service. But obviously that has a huge impact on walking and biking when a bus service is added to a neighborhood. And now that we're getting more aware of those, we're oh, okay, we can see why we've had that decrease in numbers. So just some things to think about for everyone, if they have any thoughts on these things.
Any comments? Harold.
Yeah, I think, yes, you should take things like reconstructions, safety improvements into account because, in the extreme case, say we decide to close a street to car traffic and suddenly there are no more cars. Obviously you wouldn't want to keep the crossing guard. On the other hand, reconstruction, you reconstruct and you basically reconstruct the same thing, then maybe you do not have to do a reassessment. So I'm not sure if that's a feasible way to do it, but this seems like something where staff judgment would come in. If you perceive the change that's made substantial enough that you think it changes the safety in either direction, as you said, it can go either way, then that seems like a good opportunity to do more research and I mean, I guess discontinuance, as you said. Yeah, I think to me it seems like something that staff has to make the call on.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we do need to do this a little bit more, especially as right, like we're trying to really build streets the right way, the safest way. But also there can be a lot of things that change about a neighborhood. So I feel like this is something that we need to consider more. And I do like the idea of a quick study, right? Like maybe these are situations where we can do something a little less time intensive, but that could reflect the changes. And maybe sometimes you need a full study because the change really, it's kind of hard to tell, right? Okay. So pilot locations, this is something that we did in 2022-23 school year. But we didn't really address like the follow-up part. Is there like an automatic, like now you're permanent, or is there some sort of thing? So, for instance, at Raymond and Leland, that's one of the ones that we added over in Orchard Ridge. First year it had 13 students. Now in the second year it was getting more like 15 students. And more, it's kind of funny, Moreland also has had, around 13 students. So if they're kind of meeting, after several years, they're not at 25, right? They haven't met 25. But they're also kind of getting, like year 2, we're getting up to that 15 mark. If there's a certain number of students, do we just automatically consider them a permanent location? Do we want some sort of study or quick study or check back in with the TC to approve them as permanent? And also, should we really just have all places be pilots? It may or may not make it any easier to remove them. It probably doesn't. People, that's kind of semantics to people. But something just we wanted to bring up since we've done several pilots now.
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, yes, it may be semantics to parents. But I mean, in the end, we are the one tasked with making decisions. And I mean, knowing about something being a pilot and having a default to like, yeah, let's do something for 1 year. Or, I mean, I guess we have to think about what the length of a pilot should be. To me, that seems like a good approach.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it's good because, Raymond and Leland on its own, it had hazard. It had so much potential, and it's not at 25, but we have regular kids walking by themselves using that crossing, and it feels like it was a really good addition to the program to support the neighborhood. And I mean, Anne was just talking about Moreland and Dunwoody. It's a brand new school. It's in the old, like a lot of those streets are in the town of Madison. It kind of suffers from that whole idea of walkability with a patchwork of sidewalks. So it feels like, well, we want to give it a chance to establish itself, right?
Yeah, walking along Moreland Road is, I can attest to that. It doesn't feel safe. It really doesn't.
Yeah. So I think our team that was talking about this liked the pilots, thought it was a nice way to give an opportunity to one that wasn't clearly like, yes, that's a definite new location. It's hitting all the marks. It feels like maybe there's a situation where it's so clearly a great location that we would not need to call it a pilot. We could just approve it from the get-go because there are, but it feels like there are more of these, right? They need a little time to establish themselves and to have people feel like, oh yeah, that's reliable. It's good. We'll let our kids cross there. So, okay. So this is kind of interesting and we don't need to, maybe, it says that we should deduct up to 10 points if there's a safer crossing one block out of the way. We definitely, use staff judgment to look at locations, and we'll later talk about some relocations. We feel like it's very fair to say, like, we're not going to have, like, if a street is hazardous, you could have a crossing guard at every block. People wouldn't have to go out of their way, but we do ask families now, and we remind them, and we work with the principals and the staff to say, hey, remind your kids and families to come to the crossing guard location, because we're not able to really realistically, financially, but also from a staffing perspective, have someone at every single block. I don't know if people have a feeling about what is a fair walk. We definitely ask people to go a block out of their way sometimes to get to the crossing, or to just, sometimes it's not out of their way, but remind kids that if they walk down here, they can do the same crossing in a safer location. But didn't know if people have thoughts on that.
Any thoughts?
Okay. So we have the Safe Streets Madison program now. We, do lots of school improvements. We're going to have more coming forward as we dive into safe routes to school planning more in depth than what we've been able to do with our schools, just as the school traffic safety team alone. But we do have this thing that says, well, if you don't qualify for a crossing guard, we'll do these other things. But realistically, we do these other things through the Safe Streets Madison program without a crossing guard study, because we go out, we see what's happening, we see what could make it safer. So it's kind of, we've kind of changed our process with the Safe Streets Madison program. We feel like maybe we don't need to have that in there, because we don't rely on a crossing guard study and say, oh, you're not going to get a crossing guard, you're going to get this. But we can always do that. And we could reflect that a little bit more in our Safe Streets program to say, well, we happen to do a study here, and so we feel like this is really important. But our crossing guard, and having a crossing guard on our team working on this, it's a hazardous job. It has not gotten less hazardous. So a lot of times, like, having some of these improvements and having a crossing guard does lend to an overall safer situation. For instance, we are making some improvements on Moreland Road at Dunwoody, where our crossing guard is, to reflect the fact that even though we have a crossing guard, it is hard for them sometimes to operate in that space and get traffic stopped and get those kids across, in that we have incidents where unsafe behaviors happen, and we need to have, the traffic enforcement safety team there to back them up, or they sometimes are able to record the correct information about the person who disregarded them and have a ticket sent. So it's not as if having them there means that it's suddenly the safest place in the world. So just wanted to think about this a little bit. So
Any comments for Renee?
Private schools. Oh, Robbie had something.
Yeah, go ahead, Robbie.
So I'm kind of curious. Many, many, many years ago, I worked with Bike Fed in some schools here in Madison on pickup and drop off areas mostly. And there were locations where, and I'm sure you hear this as well, people really had trouble with parents behaving or misbehaving. They weren't dropping off in the right location. They were pulling in the parking lot, like the letter that we got on item number 1 that wasn't on the agenda. And if there is consistent problems of a particular type around the school, do we have a procedure? Like, do we send a police officer out there to kind of, I don't know, put the fear of somebody into the hearts of the parents that are misbehaving?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So, I mean, things haven't changed that much. We have a really close working relationship with the traffic enforcement safety team, and their lieutenant, Hannah, comes to our school traffic safety committee meetings, and they rotate through the schools. Their mornings, they're not there in the afternoons, but they're coming through. They're reinforcing those things. Our parking enforcement officers are going out and reinforcing parking behaviors. We see a lot of unsafe parking behaviors, unfortunately, just they're in a rush, that are kind of causing like downstream and upstream problems at the school. So we do have a regular rotation of all of that. We also, as the school traffic safety committee, have established a kind of a process. If principals feel that their school is having kind of problems that they need some assistance with, we have a survey that they fill out, and then we try to work with as many as we can. We, since the pandemic, kind of have reestablished our committee, and it was kind of manageable, but now like the word is out and principals are like, so many of them want help, that we have this Safe Routes to School planning project so that we can dive in deeper with some of the schools that have like kind of higher level problems. But we do try to come up with solutions, educational materials, also like really trying to clarify the signs, make sure they're all right, get the no U-turns up, and get people out reinforcing it. But it is definitely an ongoing issue. And I think, as we get under contract for our Safe Routes to School planning and dive into schools, and we're coming, probably give some reports here, it's definitely a continuing problem. We also have some schools that just seem like they should have so much more walking and biking than they do. And we really want to dive in with our planning efforts as to why is that not happening. There's a lot of reasons that we've learned with the schools that we've been working with, but we want to get more kids walking and biking as a solution. We want to get more kids on the buses that are being offered. But yeah, we do partner with our test team and with the parking enforcement to try to get everything as safe as possible and people kind of following the plan that's in place.
Thank you. I observed some abhorrent behavior when I was standing out in front of schools. I could not believe parents were doing some of the things they did, but
No, I that has not changed. That's still an ongoing issue at schools. We visited, we try to get to several schools each semester, and it's always, I think sometimes if we go to a school and things are not too bad, that's maybe more surprising than when we go and we find issues that need to be dealt with, unfortunately. So private schools, they're not really addressed in our current policy. We have some locals, some private schools that are getting benefits because they're close by, but they do have different schedules. They're not on the same kind of holiday schedule, breaks, days that you leave early. We do, keep them informed if we have, a crossing guard and they're benefiting from it. If it's like an MMSDA day off and not for them, or MMSDA is releasing early, so our crossing guard is going early. But they do draw from a pretty wide area, so they don't have that same kind of potential for walking and biking usually. And for our staff, it's kind of not a great situation. They have to keep if we say we want you to staff those days, it's hard. It is like they got to be really on top of it because they're getting a message that school's out, or that came up with the unexpected school cancellation due to the storm and electric being out. We're like contacting our guards to say school is off, don't go. But there were a couple of private schools that did have days. We have pretty good guards that were checking on that, but it is tricky. So we're, kind of like talking about, should we address it more specifically in the policy? Should there be a number of students that use a location for it to be staffed if there's no MMSD? Are there other items that just should be considered around private schools? So just something that was on our minds.
Renee, can I ask oh, go ahead, Harold.
Sorry, Anne.
No, go ahead.
So private schools, do they contribute in any way to the funding?
They do not, no.
That was my question, Harold.
It is a good question. Yes, they do not pay for the coverage. So it's just a residual benefit of being near an elementary school that's in an MMSD.
Yeah, I mean, that seems fine that they get that free benefit, but yeah, anything beyond that, I find hard to justify for equity reasons and them not supporting the program. I mean, if they had some sort of way to buy into the program, sure, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good consideration. And I would say, for instance, Post Road is partially in the city of Madison, partially in the city of Fitchburg. They do pay. Fitchburg does pay for a share of the cost. The town of Madison, before it was dissolved, they did pay for a share of the crossing guard in their location. So, okay, I'm sure you're all ready to. Just some other things worth mentioning while we're thinking about this is, it is hard. It's not easy to fill. It can be a hard job. You're out there all the time. You have to work a split shift. So we do have a 20 to 25% staff loss. So we do try to keep that in mind and there is a limit to really our recruitment every year. So we do have to, we have had our challenges. We are feeling really lucky right now. We have very few people who feel like they don't want to return. It's a much smaller group than normal. But we do feel like it is important, as I mentioned, that, it isn't, staff kind of do want to be part of a busier corner. They want to be part of a community. So, and frankly, walking keeps you warm in the winter. And if you are crossing Nolan, that is tough. Also, our discontinuation policy calls for the city to offer assistance to increase the number of students that are walking in order to help them retain it. And that is very vague. And I feel like, yes, I love that. I want to do that. Right now, our Safe Routes to School program is, as I said, it's a partnership with the Wisconsin Bike Fed. They receive Transportation Alternatives Program funding to run that. And it's a lot of work. It's resource intensive. They have 2 staff people who work on that. One is high school focused, one elementary, middle. I mean, obviously they support each other. But our focus is really on the community schools. So if we get a request to help bolster the numbers, it can be hard to respond with actual resources from their program. Our program has Colleen Hayes, our Ped Bike outreach specialist. She's also one person doing this. So that is kind of tough. So I just wanted to call that out, that we'll probably be recommending a change to that. And it doesn't mean that we don't want to do that. It means that we want to clarify what that means. People sometimes have an expectation that staff are going to show up and run walking school buses every day. And that isn't something that we're resourced to do, either us or the Bike Fed. We're there, we can help support that, train people, lots of things, but that isn't what we can provide. And I think we realize that in some instances, it could make more sense to have funding to support a walking school bus than a low performing crossing guard corner. Let's see. We also just have some small policy changes that we need to make. Right, we don't have the Ped Bike Motor Vehicle Commission anymore. We want to call it the School Traffic Safety Team, just because committee, commission, boards are a particular thing that we're not. We're just a working group. And not every school has a PTO or neighborhood association, so we want to kind of think more broadly about who we would notify. So just some policy language that needs updated after all these years. And then there's just some examples. Oh, yep.
Yeah, just to that point about would it be better to fund safe routes to school or walking school buses? I mean, I guess thinking about what other potential, I mean, funding those things is good, and thinking about what potential other funding sources there are other than taking it away from the Crossing Guards program. Like, I mean, I think I saw some news that it's either in the state of Oregon or just in Portland, that the school district started using some of their transportation funding to support initiatives like that. So I think maybe working with the school district to like see, I mean, it seems it's already an overstretched program, the Crossing Guards program, and so taking away funding, I think you have to have a good reason to do that, and there might be a good reason at some points, but yeah, just thinking about what other sources could be used to fund that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point, and something we'll definitely be dealing with our Safe Routes to School programming, and like, how do we balance out all the different issues. And I would say that we did have a couple schools dabbling in using some of their sort of staff assistance hours to do some walking school buses to really try to address tardiness that was a problem at those schools. And they saw that this is just has so many benefits. So it is definitely out there in our school district. It's just, we're trying to kind of grow that idea. Okay, so next step, we're going to take this all back to our rescue team to talk about, refine some recommendations. We want to take some of our ideas and see if we use the old process and the new process, what would happen? Like, what is the difference in the scoring? It maybe means no difference in what ultimately the committee would decide, but we kind of want to see how it would play out in the scoring and come back with some final recommendations. I'm going to be honest, it's probably not going to be this summer. It's probably going to be later in the year. So that is our plan. We did, however, want to raise the middle school issue. We had a big discussion about it this year. But we do have some changes coming up with the school district again. So I'll just dive in. I'm not going to belabor this, but we've had a lot of good conversations and done some reading and just about this idea of how do we foster independent travel, right? In our youth and make them people who are comfortable with walking and biking, active transportation. So I'm going to skip kind of over that. We've talked some about what happens when the North and the East middle schools changed their start time, no longer aligned with our elementary crossing guard times. We sent our Ped Bike outreach specialist out to do a ton of work with the schools. And she did some observations, right? And this is not some sort of scientific study. It was just some observations. But our middle school students who didn't have a crossing guard at their schools because they were not located next to an elementary school, they knew how to cross safely. They knew how to come up, activate the flashing beacons, make the crossing with checking. They were engaged in paying attention. The kids who transitioned from having a crossing guard, yes, at the beginning of this, even though we were trying to just be silent observers, our staff were telling them, no, stop, look up, let's push that button, right? Like they were programmed to not do that. We've had a lot of conversations amongst our school traffic safety team about we need to have all of our elementary school students getting our walking education. We're not in all the schools yet, but we are reestablishing post-pandemic and getting into a lot more schools. We would like to be doing bike education at every middle school. That is definitely a goal of ours, and we are working to figure out how to do that. And we would love to see high school kind of like reinforcing those lessons making sure people know how to take transit and they are that they are clear on how to be safe if they are choosing to drive when they are operating in an environment with walking, with biking, with people getting on and off transit. So we want to make sure that that is happening. That's our goal. We're not there yet, but we hope to establish how we're going to get there through our safe routes to school planning work. But we feel that it's important to get our middle school students able to travel on their own, because we know we're staffing one crossing guard location, but we know that they're going other places, that they may come and go at different times because they have more after school activities. We had kids come here because they wanted a safe crossing because they wanted to go get snacks at their after school program, and they were not doing it with adults. So we want to foster independence and having the right skills. We did a lot of things when we had this shift unexpectedly. We got our mobile speed boards out in these areas to remind drivers this is a school zone, they need to slow down. We made sure those crosswalks at key intersections had the LED lights upgraded, already done. Like I said, our staff was out there working with those students. We got bike lights, light up like an armbands to make sure that everyone was, visible. We made sure they got the bike lights on the bikes and not in the backpacks. We left some with, the wellness and staff and the nurses to make sure that if there were kids who weren't there when we were there, they were getting them. And we really worked to message on safe walking and biking. But we also did some middle school focus groups to talk to the kids. Like, we want to know what you have to say to us, because this is about what your lives are. So we went to them. We went to 2 schools. We talked to a group of 6th graders and a group of 7th graders. One group does have the benefit of being next to an elementary school with a crossing guard. The other is located nowhere near one. And as you would expect, they had differing opinions. 6th graders were perhaps a more mixed, but we got a lot of, and we told them to be honest with us because we weren't there to judge them and they wouldn't be in trouble. And a lot of them were saying, like, we're teenagers. We don't need to be told what to do. We know what to do. And we don't want to go to that crossing guard location. We don't necessarily want to listen to them. And they don't like the fact that it takes longer to cross, because we have a pretty established protocol where we don't let the kids out into the street until that crossing guard is confident that the traffic has stopped for obvious reasons. And it fits with what our crossing guards report to us, because we have a protocol and they are uncomfortable when they can't follow it. So if they have kids who aren't willing to listen to them, that is hard for them, because they've been trained on how to make that safe. But I'm not going to lie, there are definitely kids who were there within our group who felt differently about that, who said, kids are kids, we make mistakes, we want to be safe, we would listen. So it's mixed. It was more mixed in 6th grade. There were still some kids by 7th grade who felt that way. Some other things, because as report out, we asked them some other things while we're there, like what concerns you and would make it easier for you to walk and bike and travel and be independent. Typical things that we hear: yielding at crosswalks, speeding, dogs, trash. Definitely we had one of our focus groups, and I'm not sure what had happened of recent in the news, but they were very concerned about abductions that day. But that, I think, raises up personal safety, which is something that we have worked with some schools where it is not traffic violence, it is kind of personal violence and things that have happened in the neighborhood that have kind of scared everyone from feeling safe traveling. So I think some really interesting stuff. So
Renee,
next year,
Can I ask a quick question? The sidewalks should be connected. As you're doing your study and updating where we should have sidewalks, I'm assuming schools have a higher ranking for that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely, I can't imagine a scenario where school location would not be prioritized. And we, one of the projects that was last approved was Safe Streets Madison. It was definitely sidewalk apps near an elementary school. that made travel difficult. So that definitely will continue to be a focus area.
Good.
So this is just the reality is all middle schools next year are going to go to a 9 a.m. start, which means that they will all dismiss at 4:25 Tuesday through Thursday. They'll have early release on Mondays. The only one that will align at all with our elementary school crossing guards will be Badger Rock, which has its own specific different schedule and is now located next to the new South Side. So this is real. And I am sure that this will raise some concerns. All right. I'm going to stop there in case anyone has any thoughts. I mean, our policy, we didn't bring any changes. We feel like we had a success with what we did on the north and east side. This would be the west side / southwest side middle schools. But I wanted to just get some input and get ahead of this a little bit.
Comments. We heard a lot about it last time we talked about it. Budget being one of the main things, right, Renee?
It was definitely concerning. I mean, we definitely had some parents who shifted their views after a little bit of time, but definitely not everyone. It's definitely, I think, going to raise a lot of concerns again, potentially. Okay.
Not seeing any hands.
All right. So these are things that came into us very late at the end of the year. We have not done studies, but we've had some conversations through some kind of end of the year school traffic safety teamwork. Randall Elementary, this is kind of just a shift in location, not really a change. Right now, our crossing guard is at Highland Regent Speedway. But we have families that just are crossing at Van Nuys without the crossing guard, and some students who are coming down to that location, but coming out of their way to get there. So after talking to the principal, we felt like it was worth shifting it up to get the full number of students at Van Nuys. There could be a few people who would have to go out of their way now to go to Van Nuys, but it feels like there are more people coming down to that intersection when Van Nuys is a much nicer crossing location. It's just a slight shift, so we don't know if you feel like you would want us to study this and come back for approval, or if this is just that kind of one block. It would be something we could trial this year and get the family input on. But we wanted to bring this up because it did come up at the end of the year.
Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, since this is my neighborhood, and since I actually heard about this when I was in Alder 20 years ago, there are a lot of kids crossing at Van Nuys, and the parents want them to cross at Van Nuys, but there's no crossing guard. The other advantage of moving it is that although Speedway, Highland, and Regent is a ridiculously complicated and difficult intersection, there are, to the southwest, it's entirely non-residential, right? Mm-hmm. So if you move to Van Nuys, you're actually a little closer to more families. And I think, families don't really walk down Regent that much anyway, just because it's not all that pleasant to walk. The only advantage is that having the crossing guard there kind of keeps things a little bit under control for that intersection. And believe it or not, for the high school students that are going to West High. I mean, they should be old enough to know better, but they don't.
Right. And I should just say one thing that has happened over time is that we don't align with high school anymore. So the high schoolers that we cross are merely ones who might be going to PE.
Ah, okay, okay,
because elementary schools are now so early.
okay, all right. Yeah, so I think that it's probably a better location. I mean, I know this area quite well, and the only disadvantage of Van Heist is that it's not a straight crossing. It's like the street, Van Heist is offset when you cross Highland. So it's kind of a weird place to cross, because the crosswalk is not straight across. So, but I'm sure you'll work that out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Robbie, are you suggesting that they do it on a trial basis?
I don't know. I think that you should just tell all the parents that you're moving it. And I'm sure if they're displeased, they'll let you know, because this neighborhood is quite good at doing that. So, then if there's really major problems, you can reevaluate it, but I think you should just move it. Because I think some parents are going to be really thrilled. I think a lot of parents are going to be really thrilled.
I think so. I mean, that's kind of what we've found through kind of just talking this out and talking to the principal and watching people. And now that we don't align with high school, except for if you be like a Phi Ed class that gets crossed, we're not having the residual benefit of kind of the way it used to be when we were later in the day.
Yeah. And it's a more,
Renee,
again, it's a more pleasant walk to go down Van Heist to Randall than Regent. I mean, you know, yeah.
Okay.
Renee, we'd need a motion to approve changing that location, would we not?
I mean, it's like we're not discontinuing or adding, we're like shifting a block, but it would be fine to do that. Maybe I'll run through the rest, and then anything else you want to do could all be wrapped up in one if you prefer.
Okay, go ahead. All right, go ahead.
This is another Randall one. This is a tough one for us. The principal approached us at the end of the school year. There's a new apartment building. Some of you might be familiar with. It's called the Heights. It's on University Avenue. It's about 0.7 miles from the elementary, so that's within their typical walk zone. So it wouldn't get busing. It opened this fall. It does include affordable housing units, including some that are for people who have been experiencing homelessness. At this point, the principal only has 9 students that they know would be coming for next school year, but he does expect that would increase. This came in kind of late in the year, so we haven't done a traffic study that we would typically do. It's also right now the potential for 9 students, but also an opportunity to create a good habit. So we just brought this forward. We can do a study. It's obviously the UW is out, so that would impact this location. But we wanted to bring this forward because it's like, we know it's not going to meet 25 students at this point. Until more families with the elementary schools would move into this building. But also kids that we want to serve and have walking. So
Carl, go ahead.
Would this be for crossing Allen Street or University?
yeah, they're on the opposite side of University.
Right, but would the
We would
crossing
have
guard
a
help
crossing
them?
guard. Yeah, to cross University. Yes, at Allen.
Okay, because I mean there is the signalized intersection at Walnut,
There is.
which is really not far out of the way.
It is not, and it's right up there with that conversation about, is that too far to expect the kids to go walk up there, cross, and come back and go up to the school?
Yeah,
Right?
right. I'm not sure if I have an answer
Right.
to that, but I think that is something to keep in mind.
Yes, that is an important point. Allen is not signalized, but if you go up that additional short block, you will get to a signalized intersection to cross.
Right, and to get there, you have to cross a gas station driveway and
Yes.
stuff like that. But
that is why we felt like it was worth discussing here. But is definitely going to have a hazard rating, but it is going to not have very many kids. And obviously, depending on where you do the study, the hazard rating would vary from the signalized intersection to the unsignalized direct crossing closest to the homes towards the school. So, all right. No more questions. I'll keep going. So we would also like to consider relocating our Muir Elementary crossing guard. It's currently at Gammon and Tree Lane. Many days, most days really, there are 0 elementary school students crossing, but there are the occasional days where we might have a couple. They have now gone to having bus service for all the neighborhoods on the other side of Gammon Road. So all of them are eligible for busing. And we found out this year when we were working with the Muir principal that they have been encouraging the students to not cross at Gammon Road. Instead, because there's a high school, there's a community center, there's a middle school. So it is, kind of like the principal just felt like, I'm going to tell the kids if they don't take the bus to not cross there. We went to Colony to kind of see. We did not get out there on any days where anyone crossed. But I did have a conversation at some public engagement with a parent who does bike to school with her daughter and says, oh yeah, I would never go to Gammon and Tree. We always go to Gammon and Colony. So we started working with the principal to see, is there somewhere where we could cross more students? We haven't had a chance to do a traffic study at this particular location because we studied a different location and it didn't seem like a good fit. But we did find, I think, close to 40 kids crossing Inner Drive and Yellowstone. It's closer to the school entrance, but it's not like right at the doors. But that did seem to be the focus for kids walking and biking. So we would like to try relocating the crossing guard there. We can do a full traffic study, but obviously there's no school right now, so probably would be a lot less hazardous than when school is in session. Unfortunately, tends to be the case. But we do feel like this would be a better location. Just given that we found out even the principal is telling the kids, even though there's a crossing guard there, not to go there if they don't take the bus. So, yeah, that was the last one. If there are questions or thoughts that you.
How do you feel about those 2024, 2025 proposed crossing guard location changes? Do we have a motion to approve those? Robbie?
I actually just had a clarification. So
sure.
Is staff recommending to have a crossing guard or not have a crossing guard of University Avenue?
I guess I would say that at this point we are recommending it as a pilot location, particularly given that those are family apartments, and we do feel like that number could grow. And just a concern that the children, they don't have a bus, and that they need someone, like they're not, we're concerned that they're not going to go to the signal.
Okay. And also because they're targeted at formerly homeless families, the parents may not be able to walk with them because of scheduling and things like that.
Yes. And there is another segment of some additional affordable apartments. Yeah. And so I think that in balancing it, that is our concern. And we feel that it would be worth a piloting and trying to establish that as a walking location instead of it just ends up being bust in the end.
Right, okay. So, and in that case, I'm gonna make a motion to approve the staff recommendations as presented to us.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the staff recommendations as presented. Is there a second on that,
I'll
Alder
second.
Martinez? Okay, excellent, thank you. Did you wish to speak to the motion, Robbie?
No, I think they're reasonable.
Okay. Is there discussion with regard to this? Okay, the motion is to approve the staff recommendations as presented. Any further discussion? Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or abstain. And we just have 6 people, so nobody can leave now or we will lose our quorum. All right, that's approved, Renee. And a lot of good work has gone into what you put together. And that was a lot of discussion and the feedback is much appreciated. So we'll see it back when you have the time to further discussion, integrate that.
Okay, we appreciate it. And I just have to give a shout out to Nico, who took all the notes for me tonight, but has worked really hard to on this issue, as well as Alex, who couldn't be here. And we appreciate, just having this long, thoughtful discussion so we can be super intentional and move this program forward in a way that really supports our city goals around safety and getting kids walking and biking and sustainability, right? Like it all came together here.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Nico. And please pass our thanks along to Alex, because obviously it's a very important topic and one we spent a lot of time talking about. And we asked you to do this intensive study. So we really appreciate the time that you've spent on it. So any further comments about crossing guards before we move on? Okay. Thanks, everybody. Renee, we have East Madison Bikeways.
Yes. Okay. So you're stuck with me for a little bit longer here. I'll try to make this one a little bit faster. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Okay. So I'm here also more for input and just to kind of give you an update on where things stand, because I know people are really, with BRT getting closer and closer to opening, interest in seeing these projects happen. The ones in white are ones that some funding has been provided to do these East Madison Bikeway enhancements. I'm going to talk tonight about them, the East Washington sidewalk widening near Burr Jones, connection from East Main to the Union Corners path in that area, Horde Street, Bike Boulevard improvements, connecting somehow from East Washington to Horde Street, East Mifflin Bike Boulevard improvements, and East Main Street Bike Boulevard. Probably everyone here is super aware there's changes coming to East Washington. There'll be some changes at the peak hour, in which kind of the bike lane that does exist out there, it's not certainly an all ages and ability bike facility, but it is a facility and there will be impacts to that due to the peak hour lane usage in those areas. So first, I want to talk about the East Washington sidewalk widening near Burr Jones Park. This has been to the Board of Parks Commission. They did approve this project because it does go into parks land. So that's something that we need to do. These are just some quick pictures. When that apartment building that you can see, there's an apartment building kind of near the railroad tracks near Burr Jones Park. During that project, there was some sidewalk widening, and we're looking to continue that. So this kind of shows you, it does have a railroad, so that does provide some challenges. And you can, in this picture, you can see that the quality of what is at the railroad tracks is, it's not a concrete sidewalk, it's kind of some broken asphalt. But that we do have a sidewalk that continues on. And as you can see here, it would allow you to come down first, where we'll have a path project that will go in, you could come down East Mifflin to the east, get onto the First Avenue path, and then when you come by that apartment building, there's already a wider portion, and this would widen this out to get you down to this subsequent path at the river. So Board of Parks approved this. I've been working with the engineering to finalize the surveying and the final designs, but we're getting pretty close on this project to bidding this out. So I'm not going to talk too much about that. Just kind of go through these, but I can also pause if someone raises their hand with a question about a particular one. But this is pretty straightforward, widening the sidewalk into a path. We do have this one section where there is a very lovely tree. We looked for some options to go on the other side. Parks was open to us exploring that, but unfortunately, it really wasn't feasible with kind of the grades and wetness. Oh, yep. Carl has a question.
Go ahead.
Is the railroad on board? Do they need to be?
They don't totally need to be. I don't know if Aaron is paying attention, but I mean, it's something that we can do.
Yeah, I can chime in. We still need to kind of go through this with the railroad, but we've had pretty similar instances where they've been acceptable to these types of projects. The most important thing is that the railroad crossing has been improved with concrete panels and it goes wide enough for what we need. So they really don't have anything to do here. Just need to basically give us a permit to widen into their corridor.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so in this one, definitely a little bit more complicated. The city owns some property kind of near the railroad tracks, but not within their corridor, where we would like to East Main ends. Winnebago starts up, then we have this Union Corner connection that was built. So we do own some property. The railroad property is very flat. The city property, which is on the other side of this flat area down here between where the kind of trees and everything are, it's not as flat. There are a lot more trees and a lot more grade than I think we had expected when we first started talking about this. You can see it's very grown up and slopes down away into people's backyards. And then this is kind of where it transitions. Our property does have this railroad cabinet that is kind of right there. This is something that we can work with the railroad to remove. It is on city property. And then this parking lot for the Burr Oak also is some of that is city property. And then obviously there's some space over here. So this kind of ends in kind of a complicated transition to get back onto the street. And then here you can see the street. It doesn't lend itself so well also to widening out that sidewalk. It has definitely some complications. Here you can see the crosswalk that goes kind of over from where that sidewalk ends onto the paths that were built with Union Corners. You know, in talking this through, we'd like to do kind of just something kind of simple right now, with some marking and widening out that little connection to get onto the paths for Union Corners, do some wayfinding signage, and look at ways that we could pursue that path in a future project, get in there and clean out some of the undergrowth and get a better feel for the trees, do an inventory of their health. But that is definitely something that's going to be a little bit of a midterm project. Also, in kind of talking to people more, we realized that there are some pretty popular kind of other routes. You know, people are kind of coming up and doing the things that feel natural to them, and maybe those would be some alignments we'd want to consider. We were thinking that from Winnebago Street, it might be more sensible to have some sort of easier entry onto that path, and it could be straight across, but that isn't always popular. We could do some green markings, or we could look at, just doing other things in this area besides what the initial concept was. So I think I'll take a pause because this one turn is a bit of a complicated scenario.
Yeah, thoughts about the different options. Anybody? Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess the original one that's along the railroad tracks that has grade and tree issues. So what you're saying is there are other alternatives besides this. Some of the other ones you were showing are alternatives to this connection?
Not really. So
Not really? Okay.
yeah, this is just turned into like a much more complicated scenario to build within the city right of way, the land that the city owns between the railroad and the backyards of those properties. We're just kind of looking at what could we do kind of in the short term to improve getting onto Winnebago and then getting onto the Union Corners path system while we continue to look at what would it take to build within that corridor? What is the tree inventory? Things like that.
Yeah, I guess one of my other questions was from the photos, it looked like a lot of the trees were your typical kind of alley trees. Are there any really significant trees back there? I mean, people are they don't like losing trees, but none of them look to be like champion oaks or
right. I mean, I do not believe there are like heritage trees, right? Like, but in terms of like an inventory of the trees, their health, their species, we need to work with the arborist still to do that. Obviously, these are trees that are potentially still in good health. And do provide sort of that buffer between the backyards and the railroad tracks. So
right.
It adds sort of a complication definitely to the project.
But it sounds like this is not something that you're going to be doing in the next year anyway, just because of the grade issues and things like that.
Right. We had originally hoped, I think there was this original feeling that there wasn't as much grade. Just people weren't really that familiar with this property. The city had purchased it quite some time back. But yeah, this has turned into a bit more of a complicated project for this short stretch. So it's not like it's off the table and the city is going to sell the land. It's that it's going to take us a while to construct this.
Okay. I was just curious. Thanks.
Thanks, Robbie. Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, would you mind going back to the Winnebago traffic roundabout slide with the red lines on it?
Oh, yes. Which one? Oh, there it is.
Yes, that one. I mean, I think both those desired paths make a lot of sense because, coming from Winnebago and getting onto the path, you have to turn. It works well if you're coming from Division. It does not work well if you're coming on Winnebago. And so having that on a rampy thing, at least in one direction. I mean, I guess maybe what you're asking yourself is like going, what is that, westbound, southbound? Like then you have to cross Winnebago. But I mean, if you're traveling eastbound on Winnebago and you want to get on the path, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. And then if you come on the path and want to continue toward the roundabout, that thick line, I think also makes sense. I guess you have to think about where exactly you would want to merge it in before the roundabout. But yeah, I think whenever you see lines in the ground of people actually using it, that's a good indication of where you should build something.
Okay.
Then I guess the other thing, like since the path is not going to get built, are you thinking about wayfinding at all? Like to
Yes.
tell people to get from Maine onto 4th onto Winnebago?
Yeah, so the idea is all of these projects and would have wayfinding to assist people with kind of navigating, particularly a lot of these projects have these little streets that end and start back up. So
Right.
that would be included with all of these.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Thanks.
Robbie, did you have something else? No?
Sorry, I'll lower my hand.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Go ahead, Renee.
Okay, so next I wanted to talk about a connection to Horde Street. This is also near where, the bike lanes will end during that inbound peak hour time. So originally the plan was to widen the sidewalk on East Washington. However, it also has many trees and right-of-way constraints. Right now, we're just doing some surveying to see if we can make this connection at Commercial Ave. Can see it a little bit more here. We had hoped to do this whole stretch from kind of Highway 30 all the way to Ford Street. Now we're looking here at Commercial instead, just because of some of those complications. You can see here Commercial Ave is a cul-de-sac, and there is a very worn path up to East Washington, but also it is very steep there. So we this is being surveyed right now. I haven't heard back yet from the surveyor, but we want to see if there's a way to make this connection here. We do have here in East Washington, you can kind of see there's a lot of things here in the terrace, light poles, trees. So this is going to be complicated, not unlike Mineral Point Road to widen. So we're just right now looking to see what else we can do to make that connection, get people an option then to get over to Horde Street instead. I don't have an answer for that yet. If you have questions, I mean, Aaron's been kind of looking at this till we get the survey, we don't know for sure, but this is steep enough that it will be a challenge.
Comments or questions? I'm not seeing any hands.
Yeah. So then Horde Street Bike Boulevard, probably our most straightforward of all, doing signing and marking, adding wayfinding signage. If you've been out on the Southwest Path, we have some wayfinding that's been going in. Not quite done, but getting close to getting the whole thing done. This will be more street style, which is, shows the bike to let people know that this is a bicycle route, typical bicycle boulevard signs. This will be going to 20 miles per hour. Did want some input on the idea of speed humps. They are definitely kind of mixed. We did do a traffic count and speed. This is a very low volume road. Highest traffic count is North Lawn to Algoma. But we did see some speeds that are faster than we would prefer, but we are talking 2 or 3%. And currently we have a traffic circle at 6th Street. We definitely have funding. We could put some speed humps. They do work. They are higher speeds, but this is, as I said, it is a very small number of drivers. We could do something else. And then I just wanted to talk a little bit about the wayfinding. We have been talking through this idea of having something that directs people from East Washington, saying, alternative is to follow the Horde Street Bike Boulevard. And then putting definitely some additional signage that the bike lane ends 7 to 9 Monday through Friday, just to help people understand what's happening and have them have an easy to follow route. So yeah, those are some discussion items if people have thoughts.
Carl, go ahead.
Yeah, to that last point, what is that actually going to look like in terms of road markings on East Wash? Like there's gonna be a painted bike lane, and then there's like signs on the side that tell people like how do drivers even know that they're supposed to drive there.
Yeah, so the peak, I mean, I think, and I don't have the actual ones with me, but kind of like our more typical peak hour lanes that go from, parking bike lane. Some of them are just parking, some are parking bike lanes, and then during peak hours, it's signed for no parking. And then I don't know if they're doing anything beyond that off the top of my head, but I can definitely look into that. Now it's just a peak hour. If you ride down, say, Willie Street, which doesn't have a bike lane, but people do ride down it when there's parking there, it is just a drive lane.
Right. I mean, I think the scenario where you have the parking lane or parking bike lane, rush hour lanes, people are used to that. But I guess that's where do we have that scenario where it's where we only have a non-peak hour bike lane without parking?
Well, I mean, Park Street, West Washington to Aaron did originally have a peak hour bike lane, or it had peak hour restrictions on parking in a bike lane before it was marked for a bus lane during peak trike. So that didn't have anything special about it. You would just be in that lane without parking.
Okay.
So
I guess we'll see how it works. We can maybe add a sign, bike lane ends, thanks with that or something like that, to be cynical. I think with regard to the question of traffic calming, I mean, if the traffic volumes are really that low, what's the stop sign configuration at the cross streets? I mean, this is always the issue with the bike boulevards. On the one hand, you don't want to have too many stop signs for people biking because it's a pain. On the other hand, that might then, I guess it's not really a cut-through route in any functional sense for people driving.
No, I mean, that's why it has such low volumes. I mean, it's actually set up pretty well for a bike boulevard. And it's been used that way for a long time because it's a natural connection and has a cul-de-sac, right? So, I feel like it's such a low number that I was like, well, I should bring it up because there was a little bit, a few, but it's definitely not at the realm that we would normally recommend installation of them. It does already have the traffic circle. It's something we would continue to monitor. So it feels like that could go more to other projects that we're doing.
And are you considering flipping some stop signs to make it more convenient?
We're gonna look at them. I didn't review them again right before this meeting, but it is actually, I think, set up pretty well for that. But we would be we will look at all of them to see if there's changes that we'd want to make with an official bike boulevard. But I feel like this is one of the situations where it's kind of been operating this way without the signage since the connecting paths went in.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, so you're not really recommending the speed humps, are you, Renee?
Not really. I just wanted to bring it up. I mean, we did have funding for those types of improvements, but it felt like once we did the study that, even though there was a little bit, we're literally talking about just a couple of cars. And it could also have, it was low enough, it could have been an anomaly for the day of the study, right? It was not. So I feel like it's something that we would definitely want to continue to monitor. But it isn't really a good connection for people outside the neighborhood who aren't biking. I'm not going to go through everything with East Mifflin Street. too in depth, but we did have our public meeting on the 3rd, and we have our presentation online. We did want to get any feedback that you had. We'll be sitting down shortly to go through the feedback that we received to share out our proposal with the community. I'll just highlight a few things. We did a lot of interactive polling at the meeting, a lot of support for the mid-block raised crossings and bump outs at some locations with some real visibility issues, or where we have a problem with people parking right up to the crosswalk. Speed humps were a little bit more mixed. And we had a big some discussion about the idea of diverters. We did have it at the meeting, support for the idea. We had kind of lifted up this one location, particularly where there isn't a lot of driveways or things like that. We did talk about asphalt art, which is something, that the neighborhood could do themselves. So there was some interest in that. It feels like the kind of street that would be a natural for that. We did want to get down to top priorities because obviously we don't have an unlimited budget. Things near Lapham Elementary were particularly of interest, and Reynolds Park. We did see that is the area where we saw the most kind of highest speeds at a concerning level. We also asked people, okay, what is your second priority? Still kind of the same things. People kind of flip-flop their choices. And then we did want to just lift up pedestrians as well, even though these are really focused on bikes, but just to kind of see. And Mifflin and Ingersoll, for biking and walking, just the visibility there was coming up a lot with people. Traffic calming, kind of speed management stuff also for pedestrians was very important. And then just some of the highlights that came out, and just impacts of changes on other streets in the neighborhood came up a little bit as well. And other, just comments that came up throughout. And okay, I think, just open to if there's anything that particularly resonated with this committee that you would want us to consider before we come up with kind of a proposal. And also I should mention, some of these things like a diverter are things that we likely would test. If you remember, we did that with the Blair Street one. We put it in with temporary materials. So that these are some situations where we likely would also do that. While we finalize designs and contracts, we would want to test it out before we commit to the changes, I think.
Carol, go ahead.
Yeah, I think looking at those polling numbers, if I saw that correct, like 87% either strongly supported or somewhat supported, 80% support in a different location, and 7% live with it. So that seems like quite strong support. And I'm always supporting piloting, but maybe at some point you can also consider, like, if there's really, really strong support, then maybe just put it in.
Yeah. And I think this is a location where we definitely had some conversation about other locations, so it'd be nice to make sure this is the best location, and we could put it in while we kind of finalize contracting and stuff to get a feel for, just in case this isn't working the way we intended.
Yeah, that makes sense. Which direction should be diverted and stuff like that. Makes sense.
Okay. Thanks, Harold. Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah. Did I see in the notes that that there had been either increased traffic or increased speeding or something like that due to new developments or density in the area and things like that?
Definitely that came up, right? That this area has changed considerably. Definitely it came up about trucks and deliveries, things like that. That definitely came up. There was a lot of talk about developments for sure. And the impacts on the overall street. Also just, people really love the Youth Arts Center, but it does, increase sort of parking behavior that is impacting things in a negative way. So that's where a lot of the curb bump out support is, like support for that, because it really makes it like it's going to get you out of the crosswalk area most effectively. So, but yeah, developments were a huge concern along this corridor and how that changes the nature of the street.
Is the new Youth Arts Center, is that the closest, I guess, large use to what, to Reynolds or to Lapham, or I can't quite picture exactly
Yeah,
where everything is.
It is near Lapham.
It's near Lapham, okay, okay. And so the suggestion to put a diverter at Ingersoll, that's, remind me, is that, because the people were asked about Lapham and they were asked about Reynolds Park. And I
Yeah.
can't quite remember exactly where everything falls along Mifflin.
Yes. So, let me go back. So Mifflin and Ingersoll is where the Youth Arts is, which is closer to Lapham, and then Reynolds Park is more at the Patterson intersection.
Okay. And where's Breeze Stevens Field on this whole? I mean, that's next to Reynolds, isn't it? Or am I wrong?
It's in this area that has the volumes and the higher speeds. Yeah, it's in there. Now this is an area, right, when they have an event, they close the street down.
They close what? Mifflin?
Yeah.
Oh,
Or
really? Okay.
I mean, not to bikes, but like to motor vehicle traffic during their large events.
Oh, okay. Well, that kind of answers one of my questions, which was, how is all the new activity at Breeze Stevens affecting the Bike Boulevard? But if they close down Mifflin, then, well,
Right. Like, yeah. I mean, to kind of the logistics of their events, that it's easier to just let that be walking and biking.
Yeah. Okay, great. Good for them. Okay, thanks.
And then just one last quick thing, East Main Bike Boulevard improvements. We have not started the first in East Main design here at the railroad, so need to kind of work through that. Wayfinding plan is just being finalized for there. That will, is kind of not, it will just go up when it's ready. Other larger improvements, there is now a resurfacing from the Capitol Square to Ingersoll, broken up over the course of 2 years. So other improvements that would be more traffic calming or things like of that nature at this point are just going to go forward with that resurfacing instead of trying to. At this point, it feels like we would just do it right as that was getting started. So the plan would be to do the public engagement for that section with the resurfacing and put in any larger improvements at that time outside of the wayfinding, which isn't impacted by that. I think that's it. Unless there are questions.
Other comments or questions for Renee? Or Aaron, since he's here? Okay, thanks, Renee. A lot of good dates there. I'm sure we'll hear more about it in the future. Okay. Next we have Aaron, and thanks for sticking with us, Aaron. Lots of great discussions tonight. We never know how long it's going to take. Got the Westtown Path Phase 2A, High Point to Resort Shrine.
Yep. Hello, everyone. I'm going to share my screen. Do you see a project location map?
We do.
Okay, great. So yep, today I'm looking for your input and approval for an extension of the Westtown path. We're calling it Phase 2A. Phase 2B will come later. Phase 2A is gonna extend the path from High Point Road, where there's an underpass. There's a section of path in the underpass underneath the Beltline at High Point Road, or adjacent to the Beltline. It's getting late, sorry. And it's going to connect to a new development right at Zorshrine Place and the Westtown Mall area. So the black shows the stretch of path that we'll be building. And then this map shows kind of the larger network. So green is what we have is the existing Westtown Path corridor. Red is our project. And that'll get us about halfway between High Point and Gammon. And then a future project scheduled right now for 2028 will finish off the corridor and connect this project to the Gammon Road underpass. So getting close to finishing this corridor, which is exciting. So it's about a 1/3 of a mile stretch of path running parallel to the Beltline Highway. Here's an overview exhibit. Like I said, connecting the underpass at High Point Road within the West Beltline Highway right away. Due to limited land, we are getting pretty close to the Beltline shoulder here. We're essentially gonna have a situation which is similar to an existing section of the Westtown Path, farther to the east of here, where we have path, a small wall, fence, and guardrail. So this kind of blurry photo is where we're going to have in our tightest situation for roughly like a 600-foot stretch or so. We're also limited by some very large ATC poles on the adjacent to the Beltline shoulder. So we're going to be stuck between the poles and the Beltline. And then as we move to the east, we push off away from the Beltline, and it's not shown in the aerial, but there's been a large new development here at Zorshrine and Westtown Mall. And as part of that development, we got easement for this path, and they actually built the gravel base for this future path. So we'll essentially be taking what's already been built and just paving over it, including a north-south connector path to Zorshrine Place. So another access point to get into the corridor. And then it's going to dead end here for the meantime, right at Westtown Mall. And then, as mentioned, future projects in 2028 will take off and connect it to the Gammon Underpass. Fairly straightforward project. It is TAP funded, the Transportation Alternative Program. So we're going through all the WSDOT processes. We're on somewhat of a tight deadline to take advantage of those funds. So we're actually looking to get this bid this summer, and it'll be built likely early spring 2025. I think that's about it. Yeah, open for any questions or input.
Thanks, Aaron. Comments or questions? Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, so for that constrained section, and is in the winter with snow clearing, or is basically the snow from the Beltline going to be dumped all over the path? I don't think it's a problem on that other constrained sections that you have shown, so maybe it's fine.
Yeah, I don't, the existing section is being maintained by our maintenance staff. We haven't heard any issues. We're definitely going to, discuss this in more detail with our maintenance staff, but I think there will be enough space for snow storage there.
Okay.
And then it's also, the Beltline is so wide and has that large shoulder that
Right.
There's also kind of additional pavement room for snow to be pushed. I think the bigger concern for engineering is water sheet flowing off the belt line over the wall in the path, and we are looking at that. We're going to be including some pipes, likely kind of behind the retaining wall, and some mainline storm sewer to try and keep that as dry as possible, and also make sure that it's, you know, the freeze thaw in the snow isn't just kind of trapping in the path. So likely a section of curb and gutter, kind of between the path and the wall. It's not the most ideal situation. We don't have the eminent domain to get an easement. We don't have the time to pursue an easement on this property, because we're really need to get this project done to take advantage of the federal funds. However, if there is future development here, we would certainly look to get an easement at that time, and maybe one day make the path have some more space.
Makes sense. I mean, yeah, we want a path, even if it's not the perfect one. And so this slide that you're showing, this Zor Shrine place, so that ramp has already been built?
Correct. Yep. It's already been built with this development.
Okay.
Yeah, this whole area looks very different.
Otherwise, I would have pointed out that angle looks very 90-degree and we should make it smoother, but it might be too late for that.
That is unfortunate. That was kind of decided with the developer's agreement for that development. So,
okay, yeah, and then just look at the radius at where that section and the other section come together and make sure that is a nice turn, because I guess one of those turns is more than 90 or less than 90 degrees.
Yep, we'll definitely take a second look at that.
Right, thanks. It's been a long time coming, and still, we need to wait for the completion, but it's moving, so it's good. Thanks.
Great. Other comments or questions for Aaron? Okay, thanks so much, Aaron.
Yep. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Next we have the crossover reports from other ECCs that members are on. Anybody have anything to report tonight? Not seeing any hands. Make sure I give enough time. No? Okay. I don't have any announcements, so we'll just buzz past that. Future agenda topics, be thinking about election of chair and vice chair, because that'll happen at the next meeting. We'll just look at the TC handbook, and we should have the annual work plan, some resolutions, possibly transportation demand management. We added the equity workshop onto our list as requested last time. Had some initial conversations with Christy Kumar and Rebecca Hoyt, so more to follow on that. And I asked her to touch base with you, Alder Martinez Rutherford. So if she hasn't, I think she will. And we'll talk more about that. Anybody have any other suggestions for future agenda topics? Okay, seeing none, we need a motion to adjourn. And thanks for all the great comments. Harold?
Adjournment.
Robbie?
Second.
Okay, I'm going to assume a unanimous consent vote. And thanks for all the great feedback tonight, everybody. And we'll see you next time. Thanks.